You're listening to the PAZNIA Radio Network.
Hey folks, this is Buster Cherry. I just wanted to let you know about a new Bitcoin podcast that is launching. Are you tired of listening to podcasts done by suits? Do you want to hear content that affirms you doing nothing and makes you feel good about it? Do you want to be told that you can change the world by buying $100 hardware wallets, using Bitcoin-only KYC exchanges, running knots on a Start9 server, as well as buying whatever the recent gadget is? Do you want to hear macro gibberish that doesn't even make sense but confirms you are right? Well, Plebs Slop is the podcast for you. By plebs for plebs, this podcast will complain about people doing things while making you feel good, while you sit on your couch smoking weed and shit posting about David Bailey on Twitter. The co-hosts, Citizen Pleb and Toxic Plebanaut, will entertain you. This podcast can only be found on Fiat Podcasting 1.0 platforms because the hosts don't believe you should ever spend your Bitcoin. Find the hosts on Twitter, not Nostr, because the UX is too hard. Now sit back, light a cigarette, and enjoy the show.
My education has turned my life around completely. Now I have time to do things I enjoy.
I didn't want to take the easy way to success. I wanted a challenge.
So what if the revolution doesn't have good UX? As an independent woman, I am not afraid of a bad user experience.
But a real cypherpunk education, bad user experience and all, means nothing without accreditation. It's pointless without educators and professors with the proper credentials.
That's why I chose the University of Bitcoin.
That's why I chose the University of Bitcoin.
The University of Bitcoin is a credentialed, protocol-first institution. Students learn how to transact adversarially, not about the latest drama or pleb slop.
At University of Bitcoin, your time is valued. Professors don't pick and choose the Bitcoin podcasts you listen to. They help you increase your podcast entropy and your on-chain confidence.
Before you enroll in school to learn about Bitcoin, how to use it, or pay $790 for tuition, check out the University of Bitcoin.
If you want to be a pioneer instead of just some pleb with a degree, check out University of Bitcoin. University of Bitcoin, education for pioneers.
You're listening to the PAZNIA Radio Network.
Hiding things. Harming others. Stopping others from harming you. I'm Thane Riddle. This is Cloak&Dagger.
What's shaking, Dagger Nation? We got the most underprepared show for you ever. So turn on your cloaking devices. Because the script for my show did. I don't know where it is. I'm just kidding. It's right here in front of me. It's merely not very good, folks. This is Thane Riddle punching in for another underpaid shift, boss. You get what you pay for. You're listening to the PAZNIA Radio Network, the most spectacular treasure in history. We are live on Zap.stream or not? I don't know. Is it being DDoS'd still? I don't know. Maybe. In any case, you can zap us silly on Nostr and send us Lightning Bitcoin. And you can also go to xmrchat.com/PAZNIA Radio and send Monero. Tell him Thane sent you. Either way, go to PAZNIA.com/SimpleX Radio. Get your ass to the PAZNIA Radio Network chat on SimpleX. Some people have said some stuff there, which I'll bring up on the show whether you wanted me to or not. Because you're writing the content for me so that I don't have to. You can install SimpleX on Android or desktop and go to PAZNIA.com/SimpleX Radio to get the link for the fucking PAZNIA Radio Network broom. I was told that last week's show didn't like. I had a good guest for the Vonu Fest 6 show. What was his name? Jason Crow of Cordiner. I'm his biggest fan. And I think his screen share is not in the recorded episodes, but it's okay. You can imagine it in your mind. Just imagine that it's a project made by autistic visionaries, and just think about whatever the UX would look like, and you'll probably get it right. Coordinator Rayo is way behind on getting podcast archives out. So if you're looking for episodes of Cloak and Dagger or whatever, you can find them for now as videos on Library/Odyssey, Rumble, or YouTube. PAZNIA.com/radio has all the links. It's really, the Cloak and Dagger it's Self-Liberation Saturday. It's all fucking thrown together in one recording. Cloak and Dagger, and then whatever, Voluntaryist Academy, and so on. Here's your teaser for today's show, least prepared show ever. We're going to talk about hiding places, which I've never had proper notes for. We're going to end by hiding places. I mean, for hiding objects and inside things that aren't on your body. For building the second realm, we're always just going to make it up as we go along. I got lots of time today, no guest. So I'll probably go like a long time talking about stuff people ask me to talk about, to do with how in the second realm, the social effect of smart contracts, or which is not really the right word for it. That's just what they called it. It's not. I'm going to talk about non-aggression smart contracts that have a single signer. And also probably talk about holochain. Blow a lot of time talking about holochain. At the end of the show, we have Collins and chat reads. I'll probably do it early, 5 Eastern, 2 Pacific. Go to PAZNIA.com/call if you want to speak out loud to me or send Morse code. If you're too shy, go to PAZNIA.com/SimpleXRadio and chat text-wise in there, and I'll read what you're saying and answer you there. Here's some news for you. In Ashwagandhan news, last week I told you about, it was last week, I think. I told you about how somebody called in a fake shooter thing at like a naval academy or some shit, and it worked out pretty well, because they said that a cop, they said he was going to be disguised as a cop. So then somebody got in a fight with a cop, and the cop shot him, and each of them thought the other was the shooter. I said that was really funny, and we should do more things like that. Well, one of you Ashwagandhans, a listener of Cloak and Dagger, took my advice. She's a lovely lady in New Jersey, Ashwagandhan, working for the U.S. Navy. She called in a fake shooter event. She told the police that she was being bullied by her coworkers, and she thought that she could get closer to them if they formed a trauma bond. So good job. Thank you. Forgot your name. We'll see you. She's one of the girls on speed dating, on second realm speed dating. You'll see her over the course of the next few weeks. And guess which girl she is to win a prize. In Crackdown news, I heard something about Canada gun buyback thing being, they say it's being delayed to like a year from now. There is some people are, I feel like, I don't know what to say about it, because I mean, on one hand, I want to scare you about the state, right? But on the other hand, it's like, I feel like it's Americans writing about Canadians. I'm a very cosmopolitan guy, you see. And wait, is that the right word? My impression talking to Americans is they think, the government's gonna, where they think like the military is gonna come to people's houses and check if they have guns that they didn't sell the government. They could do something like that. Maybe something like that will happen. But as it stands, there are a lot of guns not accounted for because they weren't registered. So I don't know. Good luck with that. It's not very enforceable. Who knows what's going to happen?
But yeah, that's still very significant crackdown news. The Canadian government trying to crack down more on guns, because Canada is one of the most gun-toting countries in the world, so that's a big one. Here's another crackdown news for you. Starting on October 12th and across the next 6 months, the EU states are going to start needing your biometrics, such as your picture and fingerprints, to enter the EU from a country that's outside the Schengen area. If you don't know what the Schengen area is, that's the funny word they have for you can cross the border without dealing with customs bludgies. And the Schengen area is not the same thing as the EU, because there are countries that are in the Schengen area but not the EU, like, I don't know, Switzerland or now the UK. But anyway, this is pretty bad. So anyone entering the EU from outside the Schengen area, it's not happening right away, but over like 6 months, they're going to want your picture and fingerprints. Otherwise, they'll turn you away to go fly back to the other side of the world you came from. This is bad. Once you give up your biometrics, you can't get them back. Do not go along with this. Trust me, folks, if you can enter a so-called country without going through the bludgy checkpoints, you very much want to do so. Do you think illegal travel and illegal immigration sounds scary, or it sounds like a hassle? Wait until you try legal travel and legal immigration. Now that's very scary, and it is very much a hassle. Hopping borders is not as tough as you think, boss. With that said, if you must go through bludgy checkpoints, you still have some of the old legal interstices. One that will likely work for some time is to go to a country that's outside the EU, but still inside the Schengen area. As long as this country doesn't ask for biometrics on their own, then you're home free and you can sneak in to your true destination through the Schengen area. Another way to do things is to find a country in the EU that has a funny law that you can use to get a passport there. It could be to do with your ancestry. It could be they let you buy your way in, or less likely, it could be somebody on the inside who will make you a fake identity in the system. If the docs say you're a so-called citizen of a country in the EU, they may not need your biometrics for now, at least. One day, all this could change, and it doesn't help you with the infinite other shit that can happen to you or will happen to you in these border bludgy checkpoints. They are very scary, bad places. As I said before, truthfully best to merely go around the checkpoints, even if you get caught, which you won't if you're good and it's not that bad. Even if you get caught, border patrol bludgies are nicer than customs bludgies in most spots. Sounds crazy, but it's true. That's how shitty customs bludgies are. That even the guys who pull you out of the bushes at gunpoint are nicer than customs bludgies. Speaking of a country in the Schengen area, but not in the EU, attacking your privacy, think back to a month or so ago. I said the UK would be the first of many countries to put out an Orwellian digital ID law, right? Well, the second state to do this is already here. And I'm sorry to say that it's the victim this time is the great land known as Switzerland. Switzerland. Yes, the Swiss state has now passed a very Orwellian digital federal ID law. This digital ID thing is going to be a fucking smartphone app, funnily enough. Politicians, of course, lied and told everybody these IDs would be voluntary, but it will be a legal requirement for opening a bank account, getting a cell phone contract, age verification, virtual transactions, and to access the state's own so-called services, which, as far as I know, could mean anything. It could mean getting a driver's license or something. So there you have it. That sounds voluntary, right? Anyway, since we bring up the UK, what's going on there anyway? I don't know, man. It's still bad. There's still a bunch of dissent about crackdowns on speech, still a bunch of dissent about the digital ID, and even talking about this stuff openly is against the law in the UK. So it's still bad. There's your answer. All right, folks. So we got to say a little something about this, because I always do. Thane Riddle told you the first realm was going to get worse, and you should pull out of it and get into the second realms more sooner rather than later. And then this shit happened in the UK, and Thane Riddle told you, see, I told you so. And the UK is only the first of many countries this would happen in. Now, the second country is here, at least for the federal digital ID side of things. And there are many other ways states are going to get worse, boss. Trust me, not just digital IDs. So what is Thane Riddle saying now? Well, Thane Riddle's saying the same shit every week over and over. And now he's saying it in the third person. Is this a cry for help? Is his sanity slipping away? No. Thane Riddle never claimed sanity, but he does give helpful advice. Let's do a little thought exercise here. Say you're Swiss, or you're in Switzerland, whatever. Smell the cheeses and dried meats on your plate. The succulent cheeses and dried meats you have before you. You're eating cheese. You hear about the digital ID law, but you don't even have a bank account. And you don't have a cell phone contract because unlike movies from the 80s would have you believe, Swiss bank accounts are not very private or good. That's like very outdated. So even though you're Swiss and you're eating cheese, you don't even have a Swiss bank account. Now you hear this news. You don't care as much, do you? If your money is in crypto and whatever precious metals and blah blah blah, and you've got lots of proxy merchants and second realm contacts and all that crap, you don't really care about bank accounts and cell phone contracts. You've got some phone that you got in some shop or whatever, you got it on the internet, ordered to your fucking a pseudonymous mailbox, and you put your fucking eSIM that you got from some fucking, I don't know, you paid for Monero. We paid with Monero to get your eSIM from fucking silent.link or whatever, the LN VPN or something. Do you care as much about this news? Maybe not. And this is what I'm talking about, folks. You want to get out of the first realms and into the second realms and do it sooner rather than later. Do it before it becomes scarier and scarier. Yes, it will be harder, and your hand is going to be pushed here to pick a side more and more, because there's a rift growing between the two sides. And if you try to keep a foot on either side, your legs are going to get spread like really far apart. And if you wait too late, then you might like fall through the rift in the middle, or maybe your limbs will stretch like a cartoon character and there'll be like bone cracking sounds and all that. We don't want that to happen. Maybe you'll levitate for a second over the gap, but then you'll look down and realize there's nothing under your feet anymore. Then you'll hold up a sign that says yikes or something like that. And then who knows what will happen. So to avoid that, pick a side now. You cannot catch the Roadrunner. Don't even try. Anyway, crackdown news. Illinois. In Illinois, there's more whatever George Soros minions versus ICE stuff. Riots outside ICE buildings. Bludgies claimed they caught somebody with an IED in their backpack. Blah, blah, blah. Same old, same old. The National Guard quick release frauders, going to QRF for short, going to Memphis and Portland. I already said Memphis a couple weeks ago. Don't ask me what takes these guys so long. They're supposed to be the quick release frauders. After all, they're supposed to fraud each other and you to create quick release, but they're not very quick for a QRF, for a quick something or other. They're not very quick. They talk for weeks and weeks before doing anything, and they warn everybody that they're coming. So yeah, Memphis and Portland now, on top of Chicago, is where the National Guard quick release frauders, martial law faggot force, is going to. And another thing that might seem weird that I put this in Crackdown news, but I did it purposefully this time. The U.S. military, there's some U.S. military policy changes, which might give them a tiny bump to morale and war readiness. It seems almost symbolic for the most part. Blah, blah, blah. They want to remove some of the SJW stuff from the U.S. military. They summoned all the generals to a meeting in person and act like it was important, and didn't tell anyone what it was. And then they basically called the generals fat to their faces while streaming it on the internet, which is kind of funny. And they do this to look cool and to bump morale and war readiness, because World War III is going to happen now. So they're like, they want to get a little more serious, but I don't think it has a huge impact on their war readiness. It's a small symbolic notion. It's kind of a political thing. The reason I put this under crackdown news is I truthfully think, I mean, maybe this is silly. Maybe this is me being silly here, but I always thought of the whole the U.S. military is for transgender people. I always thought of that whole thing. The like deliberate kind of fagotization of the U.S. military. I always kind of thought of that as truthfully they were trying to, because I told you before on a previous show, the Pentagon knows full well in their simulations, in the event of like a U.S. civil war, roughly half of the U.S. military projected to defect, give or take. I think they were trying to bring that down. And if that's not what they were trying to do with that, then fucking Lord knows. I don't know what goes through their minds. I think there's also that they want the U.S. exceptionalism to go away, right? They want the U.S. military to be in a difficult spot so that the U.S. has to join a global military. But yeah, I don't know. Anyway, I just feel like any gains they made in making number of defectors go down, number of U.S. military who will readily become cipher mercs, insurrectionary agorist cipher mercs, making that go down, they're just gonna backstep. They're gonna backpedal all their progress on that if they just go back to, this is elite warrior. We're gonna have a warrior ideology in the military now. Well, then you're just gonna attract more people that aren't really loyal to the federal government, who don't really like them, which is it's a notorious problem in the U.S. military. But whatever, that's good for us, I guess. War news: Russia helping equip and train CHICOM, Chinese Communist Air Force, to do things, cool things like airdrop armored vehicles, among other cool shit like that. I feel like nobody's talking about this much, but this is my war headline this week. I'll tell you why I think this is kind of a big deal. To me, this smells like, China wants to invade Taiwan. That would involve airdropping armored vehicles, and the Air Force needs to be on the ball here. Now, the Chinese military has a lot of new gear that is just coming in, like now, that has been coming in past few years, but they don't have experience. The people in the Chinese military, they know how to march around and do parades, but they don't have much fighting experience, and they don't know what to do with their new toys. So Russia helping their Air Force get a handle on this stuff could very much help them if done right, and make them a lot more ready to invade Taiwan. And I feel like China invading Taiwan, it's a foregone conclusion, it's something that's going to happen sooner or later. That's kind of a big deal. When it happens, it could maybe trigger World War III, and it's probably the soonest thing that could. So anything that brings that forward is something that's a little bit worrying. And it just makes them better at it, though. Who knows? Does that really bring them forward? But it means they'll do better. Because I don't think it'll be a trivial matter that China will just crush Taiwan and that's that. I think it'll be hard. Anyway, here's another war news thing. Russia had the biggest draft in a long time, maybe almost 10 years or so. Denmark had more of those drones in them around airports and military bases, and they're scared. Oh, they're scared of the drones. They're flying around, and we don't know what they're doing. Oh, no. So they grounded civilian drones. They're banning civilians from flying drones around. And they called up a bunch of reservists, reserve military guys in Denmark. And France and Sweden sent some counter UAS to Denmark. This was all ahead of the EU summit in Copenhagen, a small summit. I guess they were worried about it or something. I think that's already happened now, and there's nothing in my news about it, so nothing sexy happened, I guess. Peace deal in Gaza. Can you guess what I'm gonna say? It's all bullshit. There's no peace in Gaza. That's not happening. U.S. trying to keep Qatar happy with them by saying, if anyone attacks you again, we'll take it as an attack on us. We got your back. Come on. That's bullshit. Israel will do whatever they want. If Israel hit Qatar again, they would, obviously the U.S. would side with Israel. So that's kind of an empty thing, but whatever. Trying to keep Qatar happy. When it comes to the U.S., their little war against the cartels in South America, there were whispers that they've decided to call this a non-international armed conflict, which is weird terminology. It's like saying, well, we've declared war on somebody, kinda, but we're not going to call it that because it's not a state funded. The armed people are not state funded. I say good for them, because they're going to need to think that way when it comes to us, when it comes to fighting cipher mercs, when we're killing them and wiping the floor with them in 30, 50 years. They will be able to use this terminology that it's a non-international armed conflict. So it's a terrorist organization that's not affiliated with any state. Just like in Hawks, Tom Clancy's Hawks, which was an awesome game, fighter jet game where a corporation, private military corporation, turns against the U.S. government. In the Caribbean, let's see, they sunk 4 fast boats. Some new destroyer was sent in, a destroyer with a good combat record. It makes it look like I said before, destroyers can defend aircraft carriers. I think it's a sign that they want to strike inland targets in Venezuela. They want to bomb Venezuela. And those bombers will come from aircraft carriers, which in turn are defended by the destroyers. Sending in one of their best destroyers is a sign that they're serious about this. So they're going to be bombing. The U.S. will bomb Venezuela in the near future, I think. And they might even, I feel like no one's saying this, but I think they're going to try and turn this into Venezuela bad regime change in Venezuela, maybe, which would be an interesting move. Here's some other news, folks. This fucking radio station that we're on right now is attached to a book publisher, one of the best book publishers in the world. And you can buy every fucking book on that book publisher's website. Liberty Under Attack's library, 27 books. Some of the most helpful, best, most down-to-earth, fun books in the world, which we can say for sure now that Paladin Press and Loom Panic's are long gone. We're going to be talking about a Loom Panic's book this episode. We're going to be talking about the blah, blah book of hiding spots, which actually I think we have on Liberty Under Attack somehow, maybe. Maybe that's part of this book bundle. I don't know. Fucking look for yourself. Go to libertyunderattack.com/SL-bundle and get all the cutting edge books we have at Lewis. Save big and start your liberation, self-liberation library today, or other liberation library. Go to libertyunderattack.com/SL bundle. Leave them a note saying Thane sent you to help out Cloak&Dagger. Help yourself, liberate me, liberate, libate, and librarify upon yourself with a big fat fucking 360 win. libertyunderattack.com/SL bundle. Do you want to officially join the second realm? You can officially join the second realm and get discounts on other hustles in the Agora, more access to the PAZNIA network, an elite organization of Chads that get laid every few days. Maybe get some free PAZNIA merch. You got to I'm one of the people, by the way, who will give you a pretty steep discount if you're a fucking honorary stakeholder or a vetted stakeholder, even better. I'll give you a pretty steep discount on consulting. That's one example. There are other people who will give you discounts for this too. Go to PAZNIA.com/Thane. Check out all the perks of becoming an honorary stakeholder and put in coupon code Thane, THANE, to get $25 off. And let's not forget that on the first and third Mondays at 7 p.m. Central, Richard Greaser will take over the Second Realm airwaves for Music Monday. He's a credentialed journalist, award-winning songwriter, and connoisseur of non-KYC cigarettes. And he's pretty funny. I think he's the guy who wrote that Da Vinci Code type commercial, and like all these commercials for fake. What was that one called today? The podcast Pleb, Bitcoin Pleb podcast or something like that. Pretty sure that was Dick Greaser's, right? He's a funny guy. So listen to him first and third Mondays for his Music Monday. At 7 p.m. Central. Go to PAZNIA.com/radio. Find the links to stream on YouTube, Odyssey, Zap.stream, and Rumble. And today, good. I'm glad that I'm late. I'm glad that I'm slow on time. It means that we're closer to the end of the show and closer to me not having to work anymore, and I can fade back into other dimensions, okay, where there are things that eyes cannot behold, your human eyes cannot behold. Ada. Hiding places, folks. They're very important. We talk about hiding stuff a lot here, folks. But what about hiding stuff? Ever thought about that? What about hiding stuff? When I say hiding stuff, I'm talking about everything. I'm even talking about abstract things. But what comes to mind when I say the words hiding stuff or hiding things? It's like things. Like that you can hold in your hand. You can hide like guns and ammunition and child porn and magazines about, magazines that seem totally innocent. And it's like, why would someone hide this? When you make the cops scratch their head and go, why did they hide this magazine about car parts? Little do they know, it contains secret codes, okay, based on which pages you cut out and pasted into your memory book. Anyway, so to talk about hiding places today, we're very ill prepared. Even in my, that's kind of ironic now I think about it. Even in my submission, one of my 2 submissions to Vonu Life 2025, which will be out in another, month or 2, called Hiding Stuff. Ironically, the part that's about hiding spots is basically nothing. It's basically me saying, yeah, just go read The Big Book of Secret Hiding Places by Jack Luger and go fuck yourself. And then I talk a little bit about drops. So I'm going to do the same thing today. And since I can't cheat by using my own submission, let's just look at The Big Book of Secret Hiding Places by Jack Luger. Let's talk a little bit about what's in this book to give you an idea. I feel like, if anything, the bottom line, if you said it in one sentence, is like, look for dead space. There's dead space everywhere, like between rooms, between walls, inside components and appliances, inside objects. There's dead space all over the place. It's just a new way of looking at the world. But yeah, in this book, that's a great book. The Big Book of Secret Hiding Places. Luckily, not something that has changed too much with the advent of technology. This is a sort of like an old school skill that doesn't change too much. But yeah, he tells you about the searchers, right? So he starts the book very well by talking about your threat model. He talks about who the fuck is going to be searching you. Is this a cop? Are you sneaking something onto a plane across the border? Are you a fucking spy? And there's fucking CIA agents are going to be going through your shit with a fine-tooth comb. What's your threat model here? And then he tells you a little bit about the tools and techniques of people who search things. Okay, this is things like those funny little angled mirrors. It's kind of like that shit a dentist puts in your mouth to look at your teeth, except much bigger. So that way they can see, if you reach behind something and you hid something there, they can see that. And there's things like metal detectors. Here, let me go read it now. You can wait for me while I scroll. Let's see, what does he have here? We got police searches, counter-espionage police, blah, blah, blah. Tools and techniques, special instruments. We got the fucking mirror thing that I mentioned. We got metal detectors. Classic thing with metal detectors. So yeah, to shield against the mirror thing, the main thing you do is you hide something from all sides. Instead of putting something just around a corner, you put it completely inside something. So then the mirror thing won't work. They're going to have to go inside whatever. The metal detector thing, if something's metal, try hiding it inside metal. That's now, of course, that's an oversimplification. It could be about how much metal we're talking about here. So if you're storing something that's a lot of metal, maybe store it behind something that's a lot of metal. You want it to be that when that person operating the metal detector sees that shit beep, they go, oh, it's just beeping because of this thing that should totally be metal or have metal inside it. And they won't realize, nothing will be weird about that. We've got vapor detectors and dogs. These are things that smell, whether through the tools of Mother Nature or the tools invented by man. They smell, which means, what is smell? It means they detect trace amounts of chemicals, like from drugs or explosives, which includes an ammunition, or that was residue on a gun. These chemicals, tiny amounts of them drift through the air, and they are picked up. They interact with these sensors chemically, which could be a dog's olfactory organs, or it could be some fucking machine. Number one way you deal with that, for the most part, I think I brought this up when talking about shipping stuff, maybe. I don't know if I've talked about it on the show or not yet. I guess I'm totally lost when it comes to what I've talked about on the show. But basically, you can seal something in an airtight container. It could be, believe it or not, even lock sacks, especially the ones that they market for this, believe it or not, they actually market lock sacks for preventing smells from getting out, because they say it's to like protect your food from bears just being able to smell it or whatever. That might not be too bad. It would be even better maybe if you vacuum sealed something in Mylar, and then you clean the outside and you vacuum seal it again, and you clean it, and you use a solvent that dissolves that chemical or destroys it or whatever, and you keep changing your gloves and not letting it touch shit that the other thing touched. And if you're super, super paranoid about making sure no trace, it's kind of like germs, okay? Picture it like germs. Make sure no trace of the chemical ends up on the outside of this thing. It's all on the inside of something that it cannot pass through, not even on a very tiny molecular level. It's airtight. Now it can't be smelled. So yeah, you do that. You close around it on all sides, and if it's metal, you put it inside something metal, and now you've defeated a lot of the tools they have. Now, in this book, he's going to go through some tools you should have for making all the hiding places in the book, and it basically just looks like the inside of some guy's shed. It's all sorts of things: drills and pliers and hammers and fucking files. Pop riveter. That's a big one. If you want to install like secret doors that It looks like it's not a door, but it actually magically comes off. You might need pop riveter. That's something he'll talk a lot about in the book. He's just recommending every goddamn tool in the world. And then, yeah, he talks about, this guy is a kindred soul. He talks about how looking for hiding places is a way of thinking, where you consider the size and how obvious it is, the workmanship, meaning like, have you left a bunch of marks and it looks like something was done to change this thing, or does it look, clean and like there's nothing there at all? Because Sherlock Holmes might be on the case here, and he might notice that this one particular tile on your floor is all scratched up, and that's weird. Maybe it pops off and there's something underneath there. And of course, you have to keep in mind the special characteristics of what you're trying to hide. Is it temperature sensitive? Is it whatever, fucking sensitive to water damage, sensitive to certain chemicals or vapors, and of course metal. And he gets a little philosophical in here. He talks about fucking throwing jewelry under some grease in a pot, to give you an example of something that's easy. It's like deceptively easy and quick to do. Hiding things inside fucking underneath the bottom drawer, right? It's not the hardest thing to find, but hey, it's something that you can do really quickly. Fucking loose brick in a wall. He's talking about fucking shooting shit inside a transistor radio. Well, today we have all sorts of things, all sorts of electronics and stuff. Hiding things behind fucking fiberglass insulation. He gives you lots of simple jobs you can do. Examples of fucking secret doors you can make, putting things inside fucking candle holders, inside a fucking grandfather clock, inside your furniture, under the upholstery. He tells you how to use Velcro and like fucking, what do you call those things that pop off? All sorts of things to make secret walls and shit that pop off of something. It look like they're not supposed to pop off. And he gives you ready-made hiding spots, like fucking take the light switch off your wall. There's lots of hollow space inside a light switch, or inside a plug, an electrical receptacle, inside an air duct, inside your plumbing. As long as you have a way to, not totally block the thing and make it not work, and and make it not move around inside a door frame. There's empty space in there. There's lots of places that have dead space. You can make the ceiling of your closet lower, and then suddenly you've got space, new space there. There's all sorts of fucking crazy shit you can do, okay, when it comes to hiding stuff. And just like Jack Luger said, it really is, having all these examples and how to do them given to you is great. And you will likely want to do some of them, maybe, but it helps you think of things in a new way. So you're going to come up with your own ideas. You're going to come up with shit that wasn't in the book. That's very clever. And that's what it's all about, folks. Hiding stuff. Oh shit, he even talks about hiding stuff in your body, under your hair. But see, we already talked about that, folks. That for me, that was a different topic. But this amateur is putting both in the same book. He could have made more money if he divided it up into two books. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding, folks. Jack Luger probably knew what he was doing. Anyway, I think we actually have the big book of secret hiding places on Liberty Under Attack, and it may or may not be in the Self-Liberation book bundle. Go libertyunderattack.com/SL bundle and check if it is, because I don't fucking know. But you can also just pirate that book. But anyway, there you go. How do you like your down-to-earth tip for this show? The least prepared show ever. Here, let's get in. Do you want to hear some more ads? Do you want a more secure private phone, tablet, or laptop, but you don't want to do the work yourself? go to libertyunderattack.com/Thane. That's Thane. Get a Pixel 7 privacy phone or whatever with Graphene OS on it or something. ThinkPads with neutralized IME, open source firmware, or whatever Linux OS you like. They got tablets, all sorts of shit. Go to libertyunderattack.com/Thane. Truly good products here, folks. You do want things like this. You probably don't want to do the work yourself, especially when it comes to the laptop side of things, because neutralizing the IME and installing open source firmware yourself is kind of hard. So just let Jammin do it for you, folks. Go to libertyunderattack.com/Thane. And if you want to ask anything about these goodies, or if you want a custom job or something that's not in stock, just email Shane, that's SHANE, at libertyunderattack.com. Shane at libertyunderattack.com. Not to be confused with Thane. We have very similar names, but they are not the same. Support the Second Realm. Support PAZNIA. Support yourself. Alex Jones 360 win. Now, does your body ever hurt anywhere? Okay? Because here in the privacy game, sometimes we fail to keep the secret of where your body is. And then those who wish to harm you harm your body. And then your body hurts. So what do you do after that? You spray this thing on it called Pain Liberator. Okay? Go to libertyunderattack.com/Pain Thane. That's PAINTHANE. And you'll fucking see this weird shit that's it's like a glass bottle, spray bottle, and you're like, what the fuck is this? Well, the answer is it's 20% DMSO with a base of colloidal silver water, magnesium, and aspirin. And that sounds pretty fucking simple, but it's deceptively simple, because this is one of the most powerful products for pain relief that's ever been invented in the world, and there's nothing like it. You spray it on, it works instantly. It's great for almost any kind of pain: sprained ankle, sore back, headaches, toothache, or jaw pain. DMSO and aspirin, each on their own, are quite miraculous chemicals. When put together in Pain Liberator, it's fucking magical. Go to libertyunderattack.com/Pain Thane. DMSO basically injects shit deep into your tissues, even if applied topically. So and whatever you mix it with comes along with it. So mixing aspirin and magnesium and shit with DMSO, it really has quite a powerful effect. Nobody else is making a product like this for some reason. So you should go to libertyunderattack.com/Pain Thane and get Pain Liberator. You have to. You're forced to. You have no choice. Now let's do fan mail. We've got xmr.com/PAZNIA radio, where people send XMR. Many different people, all kinds of people, okay, are sending a Monero to us on xmrchat.com/PAZNIA radio. Don't miss out on your chance to have your message read because you gave us Monero. There's all kinds of people doing it. Okay, all kinds of different people doing it every week. This week, we've got yet another guy doing it. His name's Thought Crime Boss. We may have heard of his name before. Don't think about that too much. But Thought Crime Boss has sent us another donation this week. And with that, he has this message. Yo, Thane, thanks for revealing absolutely nothing about your background. I didn't really want to know anyways. That was a test. You must know what you are doing or something. Tell me your thoughts on Zcash. Apparently some people actually use it now. Wish I had a better answer for this. So Zcash, the last time I read about how Zcash actually worked was like years ago. I should research this stuff before the show so I can answer your question and pretend to be an expert on it. But what I remember, if I remember correctly, I mean, for one, Zcash, if I remember correctly anyway, that's an opt-in privacy coin. Am I wrong? Where the default is not private transactions, the default is transparent, and then you have to opt in. I could be wrong about that. I know that it's often mentioned in the same breath as Monero, or it especially was like, I don't know, 5 years ago or something. I feel like the ship has sailed, and Monero clearly won a long time ago. I wish I could remember the technical details of what like the differences in the privacy features. But right, okay, someone's confirming this, that yeah, Zcash, okay, so privacy is not on, private transactions are not on by default on Zcash. I consider that a big problem. You need, for one, yes, you have to make it the default for plebs so that people will just have privacy accidentally without caring. Another reason is you have a bigger anonymity set that way. If there's more people using it and more people doing private transactions, there's a lot more people you could be. There's a lot more people to confuse you with. You have a bigger, what we call anonymity set. And it also is good for, now Monero years ago made a very abstract economic argument for a privacy coin, where they said it's important for fungibility. Fungibility means when all the different units of something are more or less considered the same, like this 1 ounce piece of gold and that 1 ounce piece of gold are basically the same shit to us, like as long as one of them is not like a rare ancient fucking coin or something like that. If they're both just whatever, some mint made them, maybe it's a different mint, whatever, it doesn't matter, it's all basically the same shit. Most of us don't care about, we're not like collectors who are trying to guess that, ooh, this little mint, this little design they put on it will one day be worth more. For the most part, we just care about the value of the gold. So gold is pretty fungible. You can even just melt gold down, whatever, just turn it into something else anyway. So gold is pretty fungible. So their argument was, if you can if a cryptocurrency doesn't have good privacy, and privacy by default for that matter, then you can distinguish between different coins, so to speak. They have different histories, and so you can distinguish between them. Therefore, it reduces fungibility, and theoretically could lead to, some coins being banned from something based on their history. Years ago, that was just speculation. It was just an idea. I always thought they were right. By now, it's totally confirmed because it's happened. Like Bitcoin has been, people have distinguished between this Bitcoin and that Bitcoin based on its history. So that's real. There's a fungibility problem. If you want all the coins or as many of the coins as possible to be indistinguishable from each other, you have no clue what they went through before. You have no clue what because people like the law enforcement will go after you just for having tainted, dirty coins. It's like dirty money, right? It's like having marked bills that everyone in the world knows was involved in a crime. Like it's kind of crazy. Like, but anyway, on a technical level, if we're just comparing a private transaction in Monero to a private transaction in Zcash, I recall that Zcash's technology was not bad. I feel like it was fine. It if anything, it might have been slightly not as good as Monero's, or slightly different in some way. I can't remember if there's some way in which Zcash is better than Monero. There probably is. There could be. I honestly don't remember. I'm sorry. I wish I I wish I read this shit before the show so I could pretend to still know. But yeah, at best, Zcash it's like a mediocre alternative that has no standout benefits, at least the last time I looked. So it's just kind of fucking gay, dude. Like, I don't know. Some people were suckered in to loyalty to Zcash, just like they were to any old random ass altcoin. Some people just do that. Sometimes they get excited they get married to something for some reason. I'm not married to Monero either. Like, I'm sure the day will come that it's not that big a deal anymore. It's just not here yet. So for now, Monero's a good choice. So hopefully that answers your question. let's see. Here, this is a good place to go to break. We're going to have a word from our sponsors, folks, and some fucking noxious metal music that Rayo likes. And then we'll be back in 5 minutes, give or take. So, but don't mute it. Stay and listen to our sponsors, and spend money buying things advertised. There we go.
Coming up on the PAZNIA Radio Network at 8 p.m. Eastern, 7 p.m. Central. Second Realm Speed Dating featuring Sky Huddleston. Grab a drink, grab a Dabble Ace joint, or whatever else suits your fancy, and settle in for top-notch Second Realm entertainment.
Last night, the Lord gave me a dream of hope and of revival. The Lord showed me a town that was demoralized. The people were tired and the buildings were dilapidated. Once a vibrant city shining on a hill, the economy had crumbled when the coal mine that employed the townspeople had shut down, causing many people to lose their jobs. The situation seemed hopeless as a place once full of vibrant culture fell into squalor and the people struggled to pay their taxes. But then a new industry came to town, as well as a musician. The industry brought life and the musician brought good vibes. All of a sudden, a town that was gasping its last breaths was invigorated. People that were tired and giving up hope began to feel connection and jump with joy. I know that times are hard out there right now, but Jesus' message is how you can change the world with good vibes. The Lord commands you to lift your vibes high. He came into the world when the vibes were low, when the people felt like they had no hope. On the day he was crucified, even his followers had bad vibes. But Jesus conquered bad vibes once and for all so that we can conquer them ourselves. I know it's hard out there. There is war on the horizon. People are arguing about relay policy. Many faithful are losing hope that President Trump will pump our meme coins and usher in the God candle. But church, you do not need to wait for the God candle to have good vibes. Let us reject the temptation to be grumpy. The world needs a good vibes revival, so let us start here today on the first day of October. Now, church, let's sing and usher the good vibe revival into this world, here and now.
The weight of the world tests my faith. I try to repent, but it feels too late. People are angry, tired and scared. Temptations to think that you don't care. You found me when my vibes were low. You picked me up and healed my soul. We sit and wait for your arrival. But while we wait, let's have a good vibes revival. The good vibes revival. have a good vibe revival. A good vibe revival.
While infrastructure costs for the PAZNIA radio network aren't exorbitant now, there are some costs. It will also increasingly demand more time as we move towards longer transmissions and more transmissions. If you'd like to help cover current costs and even the expansion of our efforts, please visit PAZNIA.com/shop. There, you can make a one-time fiat, Bitcoin, or Monero donation. You can become a stakeholder, and you can even order some one-of-a-kind PAZNIA merch, ranging from shirts to hats to flags, all the way to beach towels. Again, that link at PAZNIA.com/shop. Cheers from the Free Republic.
Welcome back to Cloak&Dagger with Thane, Riddle, blah, blah, blah. The robot forgot to say it this time, so. You are listening to the PAZNIA Radio Network, the greatest treasure in all of history. And if you want to call in, you can do it early. I don't give a shit. You go to PAZNIA.com/call, call in and talk to me right now. If I manage to fill up the next hour, I will be talking about building the second realm stuff and all that, and answering what people said in the PAZNIA Radio Network chat. But yeah, whatever, you can call in if you want to. PAZNIA.com/call. I don't give a shit. I mean, of course I give a shit. I would greatly value it if you called. You're wonderful. I love you. Welcome to Costco. Let's look at what they were saying in the PAZNIA Radio Network before we go on with our building the second realm, blah, blah, blah. I'm sure it's all related anyway. At this point, you guys have given me everything I need to do building the second realm, even well after I ran out of topics that I already wrote shit on. Well, I've absentmindedly scrolled too far. Chechnya. Let's see. One-person planes. Rayo 2 brought up one-person planes. Apparently built to fall outside of any regulations. No pilot's license needed or anything. That depends on the jurisdiction, I think. I'm not an expert on that crap. I'm more into breaking the law. But, and yeah, somebody already said what I would say to that. This would be classified as an ultralight aircraft. Though they claimed you need a license to ride it, but some people say you don't. Rayo 2 is posting some sort of fucking screenshot of an FAA thing. It's fake news, okay? I don't give a shit, all right? Just fly the thing. Let's stop talking about it. Just fly it into a building. We'll take two of them and fly them into a bouncy castle. Since everything's too expensive to do another 9/11. So we got to save money somehow. We'll see. We'll fly two ultralights into the bouncy castle. But only after we've already put tiny little charges on it so that we can make it like pop very violently and also catch fire afterwards. We'll put some thermite charges in there. Random question from Magdul Mendahi. Is there non-controlled airspace? I don't know anything about the law here. Is there a way to do anything legally in the air? I only heard that flying indoors is legal or so. I don't fucking know. That question's not for me anyway, though. At least I don't think so. Is it considered Vonu if they can't catch you? With rockets, you can get very fast. Yes, that is considered a form of Vonu. There's three. Vonu is just it's the same thing that all animals know: fight, flight, or freeze. So hiding things, we talk about hiding things a lot on this show, and in Vonu, we talk about hiding a lot. Hiding is only one thing that makes you less vulnerable to coercion. Running or being mobile is one of them, and so is fighting. Not something that people paid much lip service to until I came around. Now we talk about it every damn week. But yeah, fight, flight, or freeze. If they can't catch you, that's definitely a form of Vonu. Flying low and avoiding radar is another thing being discussed. Yeah, that's true. That's a good idea. Also, like, what are they going to do? Like, who are they going to catch us with? The flying cops? Like the flying bludgies? Like, I'm not saying they can't throw something like that together, but it's going to take them a while. Like, it's going to take them like years of red tape to give cops the same things that we have, that we got just because we wanted it and bought it right away. Let's see, under 1,000 feet generally is below radar. This is John Galt, the famous guy who had a biography written about him by Ayn Rand. Very noticeable to those. Yeah, it makes sense John Galt would know about this because he made a secret city out there somewhere. So I guess they were probably transporting people this way by flying under 1,000 feet. Very noticeable to those on the ground. Uncontrolled airspace exists in more rural and remote areas, but you still have comms requirements on a set frequency and have to squawk a transponder code. It's just that you don't have to communicate with a controller. You stay under certain altitudes. Powered chutes is another thing to look into. Much less construction effort and higher safety. Lower costs, lower speeds as well. And those are the definition of STOL. What the fuck, whatever the hell that means. Powered chutes. Is that like a big slide that you go down like in the playground, but it's powered? So it rockets you down. That's just a water slide, dude. That sounds fun. Talking more about rigid airships because Fagdul is obsessed with rigid airships. Probably for good reason. Oh, Thane question. I wanted to play a little joke on some Christians. Do you know where to get approximately 500 million locusts? Are animals useful for warfare? Like for putting moths into a Jewish clothing shop and stuff? I did that once. They called my schmutz. Where to get approximately 500 million locusts? I think the way to do that would be to breed them yourself. Locusts are pretty good at breeding in captivity. So if you have enough food, you just need the cheapest source of food you can get in bulk for locusts. And start with a box of locusts. You need a big fucking box of locusts, big fucking warehouse designed to contain the locusts. And just put enough food in there, they'll eventually breed all the way up to 500 million. You just need enough. You just need a lot of food and a lot of room. And you can just breed them yourself. I guess you should breed them wherever you want to release them so that all you have to do is open the doors. That's how you play a joke on some Christians. Is it good for war? Not as good as it is for playing a joke on some Christians, I think. Because, well, I don't know. Fuck. I'd have to think about it. I know this is something that's been researched for sure, and they haven't done it much yet. That might just be because it's a war crime technically or something. I don't know. It's not. It's basically biological warfare, right? A virus is one thing, or some other kind of infection or whatever. That's one thing, but this is technically biological warfare. You can use animals for biological warfare. Nobody said you can't, except for that stupid Geneva Convention or whatever, but forget about them. Just sick locusts on Geneva. And then problem gone. Then they'll eat the Geneva Convention because it's just paper. But yeah, I don't know. Fucking, I feel like it's the problem with biological warfare is it's hard to prevent it from backfiring. I think that's the main reason why it's not done a lot, but it is researched a lot. Let's see, I want an update on how many. Budding says, I want an update on how many BTC adherents have been killed since Thane's death decree was issued a couple of weeks ago. Currently on DarkFi, the smart contract that we set up on DarkFi says that there have been approximately 27 that is Christians killed. Sorry, that was my other death decree. Let me look. Okay, yeah, there's been approximately 14 BTC adherents killed since last week, but there is a strong overlap with the Christians killed from last week. So I don't know how that affects your question or whatever you were trying to get at there. Since Thane's death decree, hopefully we'll get it up. Please do kill as many people as possible for any reason in my name, and register it to the smart contracts we have on DarkFi. Okay, these guys are talking more about getting in a sauna heated by Monero miners. Heavenly intermission, good vibes revival, blah, 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 sauna heated by Monero miners. Let's all get in a sauna together. Comment for Thane, do not whistle into the microphone. It causes ASMR tingles. By the way, Thought Crime Boss is based. STOL, I guess short for short takeoff and landing. Oh, okay. Yeah, that's what she said. Short takeoff and landing. Get it? Did I actually whistle accidentally into the microphone or something? I don't know. Anyway, thanks for your messages. I'll check back soon. You can say more stuff in the PAZNIA Radio Network channel. Read more of that shit soon. In the meantime, oh God, what am I doing? I'm clicking all the wrong things over here on my special. I have a special mouse for spirits, for disembodied spirits. It works through electromagnetic sensors, and it's a little too sensitive for me to use with my cloudy hand. All right, let's talk about fucking. We can do holochain. Why not? Because I've been VTOL is vertical. Okay, let's do holochain stuff, shall we? Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to just go to holochain's website. Who is the guy? There was a quote that like a good artist is someone who hides their plagiarism well. Was that like was that a fucking Oscar Wilde, or was it me who came up with that? So I'm just gonna go to the dev portal and go to core concepts, and then I'm gonna scroll to the bottom of every page and read key takeaways. That's the level of effort you're gonna get from me. Holochain core concepts. What is holochain? Traditional centralized architectures are easy to understand, maintain, and secure, but they create central points of failure. Holochain turns this architecture of applications inside out. Users are at the center of their online presence, in charge of their own identity, data, and processing. In a holochain app, processing, storage, and security risk are distributed across the entire network. This reduces central points of failure, bottlenecks, and attractive attack targets. The two pillars of application integrity are intrinsic data integrity and peer validation. There is no single global database for application state. Data comes from many individual sources. So let's talk about this shit that they're saying here. The two pillars of application integrity are intrinsic data integrity and peer validation. And I think the intrinsic data integrity, and it's funny, they compare themselves to centralized services, but really they should reword this to also compare themselves to blockchain because that's the elephant in the room thing that they're actually the alternative to. Like nobody's, if someone's here reading core concepts on the holochain page, they're already sold on decentralization being worth looking into. What they really need to hear is how this is different from blockchain. Now, I would argue, yes, blockchain's decentralized, but centralization is one thing. Something being, this is a concept that's similar to centralization, which you could call monolithism, like something being monolithic. Blockchains are very monolithic. Yes, they're decentralized, but a blockchain is one specific set of data. Everyone in the fucking world who is a full node on a blockchain network has an entire copy of the blockchain, and it must be kept up to date. When a new block comes out, which is all the fucking time, 24/7, it's happening all the time, they gotta get it soon. So it means that everyone on the entire blockchain network has to be perfectly interconnected 24/7 and have all the same information as everyone else in the whole fucking world on that network. Now, if the application looks like that, like if you want to do something, because we want to apply decentralized technology to decentralized applications, also known as dApps. So if what you want to apply this technology to is a record of shit that everyone has around the whole world, and it's consistent and it's immutable, unchangeable, eternal, if that's what you want, if that's what you're trying to do, then blockchain makes a lot of sense. And there may indeed be good, there might be things blockchain is best at that nothing else is better at. Or just, things blockchain can do, whether or not it's always a good idea. Like, for example, being used to make a currency by turning the blockchain into a ledger of transactions, and using that as your basis for a decentralized digital currency. That's something you can do with the blockchain, and it's a pretty cool thing you can do with the blockchain, and it's one of the only ways we have right now for doing a decentralized digital currency. But one could argue it's not the only way to do a decentralized digital currency, and it might not even be the best way, at least for most applications, because blockchains are monolithic and they have the problems that come with being monolithic. What happens if we're disconnected? What if I want to be quote unquote offline? And what does it even mean to be offline, right? Like if we're taking an individualistic approach instead of you could almost call the monolithic network to be collectivistic in a sense, right? We all have to have exactly the same information. It's not top down, it's not centralized, it's not hierarchical, really, sort of, but it is collectivistic. We all have to be assimilated into the Borg and interconnected 24/7 and have all the same information. It doesn't quite align as it has a place in the world. It's a powerful technology and it's done a lot of good in the world, but it does not align as fully as it could with the magic of individualism, of bottom up, single person, single node centered way of thinking. In holochain, they call this person an agent, right? Usually we say peer-to-peer, we say peers. In most network, holochain has chosen to call their shit agent, so they can confuse you more and act like they're special. Even though it's totally peer-to-peer, they could have just said peers, but they choose to say agents. So it's an agent-centric approach. You come first. You're the one creating your own record of shit that's happening, shit that you're doing on your own little chain, and everyone's got their own little chain of shit that is cryptographically, that makes sense. It's internally consistent, and it's all cryptographically signed, and all the I's are dotted and the T's are crossed. That's what they mean when they say intrinsic data integrity. And then the other pillar of application integrity is peer validation, because you can make something that's intrinsically that has intrinsic data integrity, but is totally fake and totally invalid. You can tell a good story that's internally consistent, but is a lie, right? So you can't just have intrinsic data integrity. You also want peer validation. And this is how you do this. I've spoken on previous shows. This is a very big insight. Cryptocurrency is not cryptocurrency. The technology of cryptocurrency, the killer app, the thing that it does that makes it special, it's not the currency thing. Yes, that is one of the most powerful and one of the biggest deals in terms of how you can apply the technology. But what the technology truly is at its heart, it's not currency. It's decentralized law enforcement. It's rule enforcement. It's getting people in a decentralized network with no authorities to follow the same rules in a way that's verified and verifiable, and there's no trust involved or minimal trust involved or whatever. That's what it is. And currency is just one thing you can do with that decentralized law enforcement. You could do virtually any kind of decentralized application with decentralized rule enforcement. And of course, currency is one of the most important applications, because currency is fucking important in the world. It allows us to buy and sell goods and services, and it allows us to, without needing a coincidence of wants like we have in barter, and it allows us to perform economic calculation, to compare things that are totally different from each other because they all cost money. So yeah, money is important, but at the end of the day, fucking everything can be done with decentralized applications, not just money. And it all comes from decentralized law enforcement. That comes first, not the money. The money comes from that. So in the case of a blockchain protocol, you've got a fucking decentralized law enforcement thing that we call a consensus algorithm. How we come to consensus, we all agree that something that happened is valid. And you get proof of work, you get fucking proof of stake, and blah, 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 blah. Which is, they're important, ingenious technical achievements that are useful and they serve a purpose in the world, but they're also kind of messy and unnecessary. Once again, kind of like a blockchain, right? Like proof of work mostly just gets you to do use a bunch of computing power for no purpose other than securing the network. It is kind of wasteful. No, not because it fucking leads to climate change or whatever bullshit they're saying, but it is sort of wasteful from an engineering perspective. It is kind of wasteful and maybe not necessary, except for whatever, there's a place for proof of work coins, but whatever. There is another way. There are other ways. You can have decentralized applications, including cryptocurrencies, without a blockchain, in a way that's not monolithic, but is more dissolved. Okay, be like water. Water is already broken, so cannot be broken. Water always seeks the lowest point and flows, because each little piece of water, it's its own little molecule, okay, detached from all the others. It can float anywhere, and that's what gives water all its power to make big waves that can fucking crash into things and knock down entire cities. Okay, because the cities, the buildings are made of hard, stiff, monolithic materials that must rigidly stay in the same shape and be uniform. They can be broken, but the water can't be broken. The wave that fucking knocks down that city is totally fine. It just sinks right back into the water and it comes back next time whenever it feels like it. What is soft, what is broken, is more powerful than what is hard and consolidated and monolithic. That's the reason why the market works better than central planning. Decentralized planning works better than central planning. It's the reason why freedom works better than tyranny. It's the reason why we're going to kill all these cops and soldiers until they join us, and we're going to win probably this century, and the state as we know it will end, because our way works better. It's more in line with natural law. We are not like a tree where you cut off one branch and it dies. We're like a bacteria or something, where if you cut up the colony, you might just help us spread. You're not gonna defeat the colony because you break it up. You might just help it spread or something. Each little piece got to keep operating on its own. That's the kind of network you want, and that's what something like Holochain's built for. They even talk about that right on their front page. The scenario where the network is broken up and each little subset of the network continues to operate as normal on its own, and then when they reconnect, it seamlessly keeps working. They work as one network again. So that's what we're going for. And we do that with fucking agent-centric data integrity, with intrinsic data integrity and with peer validation. Peer validation works by everyone has a cryptographic key that's more or less random. These keys are more or less similar to each other, and thus you could say metaphorically closer to each other or further apart from each other in this sort of key space. And those in the network whose keys are closer to each other are considered neighbors. And those neighbors are the ones that have to validate each other's data, each other's actions, or whatever. So it's not about how geographically close you are necessarily. It's not about anything else. It's just about where your cryptographic keys are. And the reason this is because it makes it very hard to collude. It makes it very hard to cheat the system. Because if you want to attack this system, well, obviously what you want to do is you want to brute force a bunch of keys that are close to each other so that you can have your own artificial astroturfed neighborhood in the network where you can just validate your own shit as valid, even though it's not following the rules of the network. So the reason you can't do that very easily is because these cryptographic keys are hard to brute force to get a bunch of them close together. So you're more likely to end up with just a bunch of keys that are far apart with a bunch of neighbors that you don't control, validating your data. So it's hard to cheat the system. It's prohibitively difficult. And the way peer validation works is you just check to see if your neighbor's shit is valid. And if somebody does something that's invalid, you issue a warrant against them. And if someone's collecting warrants for multiple different neighbors, it's probably a sign that they're a bad actor, and you can ignore their data as invalid. They can be ostracized from the network that way. So those are the two pillars of application integrity that they're talking about. Intrinsic data integrity, that's your own little chain being internally consistent and valid. And then peer validation, which is peers validating that your shit makes sense and it follows the rules of the network. When they say there is no single global database for application state, data comes from many individual sources. I've kind of already touched on that. Each user of an app also participates in building the app's infrastructure, supplying their own compute and storage resources, and taking responsibility for validating and storing a small portion of other users' data. That's great and all. I'll bring this up. That's great and all that that's the way a HAP, a Holochain app, works by default, is that each user is ultimately contributing some computation and some storage resource in exchange for participating in the network. But I do want to say that you're not going to see, in my opinion, you're not going to see the bulk of storage or the bulk of computation, like the heavy lifting storage, the heavy lifting computation. You're not going to see that done in a totally like super distributed flat way where like everyone's just doing a little bit and it's evenly divided up across everyone. It's not going to be like that, because what you can do is you can make something like, you can make a holochain app, the entire purpose of which is to monetize computation or to monetize storage. And then that can be a specialized app, like for storage, for computation, for networking. And then that will do most of the heavy lifting, so that you'll have specialized storage servers, or whatever. Anyone, of course, people can still contribute on their consumer hardware or whatever, but there are people who will just get really big hard drives for no purpose other than to farm tokens by contributing the storage to the network. And you'll see things like that happening, like a sort of division of labor thing. I think it'll end up happening more efficiently that way. It just won't be as centralized as things are today with big data centers and shit like that. And yeah, so that's what I see happening. Multiple different apps interacting with each other. So like you can have a app for data storage, a app for computation, a app for mesh networking, let's say, for example. And then with those three specialized underlying technologies, you can build just about anything. Finding your peers and connecting with them through the mesh network, storing your shit on the storage specialized network, especially if it's bigger files. And for computation tasks that are kind of heavy, like artificial intelligence or fucking just rendering graphics or fucking, I don't know, what's another big one? Fucking folding proteins research, whatever. Any heavy computation task that can be done on the computation network, specialized style. Anyway, that's what I think about that. The whole is greater than the sum of its parts. Many agents, playing by simple rules, combine to form a social organism that maintains its own health. So true. So true, guys. These guys have a way of... they talk like true believers. And that's because they are, kids. Let's look at key takeaways for application architecture. We'll stop if this gets too technical. An application consists of a client and a app collection of separate microservices called DNAs, which in turn are composed of code modules called zones. Okay, we've already confused ourselves here, running on the devices of all participants. The app runs in the conductor, Holochain's application server runtime. This is developer targeted documentation. So maybe I should just stop reading it. But if you feel like putting on your developer hat, if you know Rust, or you don't mind learning Rust is a good language, and a lot of hip shit is being written in it. So you should probably, if you're into software development at all, and decentralized blah blah blah, and you have some decent hardware to develop with, decent computer, and you know Rust or are not afraid of learning Rust, you should check out Holochain and developing with Holochain. And if you're dumber than that, you should still check out Holochain and take a look at, be inspired at the very least by what projects people are building on Holochain. Let's look at this. Solutions, projects. Explore what people are building on Holochain. Neighborhoods, giving groups the capacity to intentionally design cultural values into their groupware tools. Jesus Christ, that's a mouthful. Internet of Energy network. Here's an energy market. Software protocol to coordinate devices that produce, consume, or store electricity. And of course, they got to have NFTs on Holochain so that they can jump on the bandwagon with all the cool kids and say that we've got NFTs too. I wish they had a longer list of projects there because I know they have more cool stuff. Let's see if they listed this here, because there's holochain tools and libraries. I know there's cool shit here that you could do cool shit with. Of course, they didn't mention that one. There's something called value flows, which is not holochain specific. It's basically a machine readable language for defining economic activity. You could see it. Some people call it a replacement for double entry accounting, a new way of accounting, a new way of describing economic activity, the flow of goods and services from this place to that place, from this person to that person, how things are exchanged. It's a way of defining that in a new, elegant, machine-readable way. And somebody has implemented that as a library on Holochain. Value flows. I don't know if I can I even communicate this to you in a way that's nicely dumbed down. It really inspires me, something like that, because it opens up possibilities. It means you can program all sorts of weird shit, all sorts of weird economic activity into into Holochain or whatever, into something else. It doesn't have to be Holochain. Value flows is bigger than Holochain. But like, for example, there's a project on Holochain where they identify debt loops, where you're your own meta debtor. Okay, like you owe Alice something, who owes Bob something, who in turn owes you something. So it turns out you just owe yourself. So then some of that debt can be canceled out if you all agree on it. You can just be like, hey, we have a debt loop here. Can we cancel this out? That's an example of I think they use the value flows library for that. I can picture other things that can be done. So let's say here's one that will unite everyone. Okay, people who like crypto and people who are scared of it because they're boomers. How about gold-backed tokens? Okay, we already have gold-backed crypto tokens, but most of those projects are centralized. We need decentralized gold-backed or other precious metal or other commodity-backed tokens. And we want it to work like magic. We want it to be that you can go somewhere, exchange the token for the gold. You can go somewhere, exchange gold for the token. So there will be stores of gold. It'll be 100% backed. Maybe it's paid for because you have like a reverse interest where you're like losing gold token as you hold it, right? To pay the people who are storing your gold for you. Could be something like that. And there could be a decentralized system of auditors to ensure that that there's actually a 100% reserve. There could even be more than a 100% reserve for extra. So there could be 110% reserve, whatever. But it could be over collateralized, right? Like that's kind of like how wrapped, that's like how a decentralized wrapped Bitcoin works or whatever on Ethereum. I can't remember which one that is, but it's like fucking DAI or something. But yeah, you could have a gold token, right? Like we can measure that sort of like, I give you gold in exchange for an IOU. And then maybe we can make the token private using zero knowledge proofs, blah, 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 blah. Hopefully that inspires your imagination a little bit. But if we can, there's a lot of stuff we can do without blockchains, and Holochain's one of them. A couple shows ago, a few weeks back, I talked about, I read an old Safe Network paper, and then my sequel to that is today. I'm talking a little about Holochain, how that works. We can do stuff without blockchains, and it's not that blockchains are bad, but they have limitations that make them kind of shitty for a lot of things. They make things costly, they make things slow, they make things less reliable. I mean, we can't bootstrap something in the middle of nowhere where we have no connection. We can't keep continuing on if there's a disaster or the network is being attacked. We're being split up for any reason. we can't go on. We cannot continue to operate. And I do appreciate something like, let's say, Cashew, which is a layer 3 Bitcoin solution that can work kind of offline, at least when you're transferring it, not at the point when you're minting it or cashing it in. But it comes with drawbacks, right? Like you have to sacrifice its decentralization to get that. Something like Holochain, or like what Safe Network was supposed to be, is built from the ground up that way, chainless. It's a chainless layer 1, you could say. Now, Holochain, bear in mind, it's not really a cryptocurrency project per se. It's a decentralized application project that you can use to build a decentralized application that happens to have a token, or doesn't, whatever. It's Holochain just kind of gives you the tools to build stuff. It just goes like, yeah, whatever, here you go. You can do something with this, I guess, if you want. That's what Holochain is. So there's no one Holochain network or one token or whatever. It's just a tool set to build decentralized networks that come to consensus without a blockchain in a bottom-up grassroots way that is what we call agent-centric. And there you go, magic. It works. And yes, I would say security is sacrificed, you could say, compared to a blockchain. It's not like it doesn't provide the ironclad certainty that 100% of the transactions are definitely valid, kind of, sort of, almost. There's still a little bit of double spending and stuff like that. On it depends how many confirmations you wait for it, right? But if you wait for a few confirmations on a blockchain, you can be like absolutely certain, virtually certain, this transaction is the official way things went down. It will be that way for all eternity. You don't have quite that level of assurance with a HAP, but you have surprisingly close to that. Like you have a surprisingly good enough degree of assurance that the transactions that are happening are valid, and it's way faster, it's way cheaper, and it's way more decentralized in the sense that it's not monolithic. It's broken up. It works like a virus or something, not like a tree. You cut off a branch and it dies. We can be split up. A HAP can be split up. It can come back together. It doesn't matter. It's going to be a lot harder to kill. Okay, it's like trying to put out a fire in a forest or something, as opposed to just knocking down a building. It's a lot harder to kill something that's made of tiny little moving particles that each act independently and spread on their own. And that's the kind of network I want to see, something that spreads like a fire, like a virus. This is something I'll talk about a lot more in Insurrectionary Agorism, a newer manifesto, or How to Kill Cops and Kings for Fun and Profit, which is a manifesto coming to a Vonu Life 2025 magazine near you in the next month or two, like 3 months or something like that. I don't know. Now let's talk about, still got some time to burn here. If you want to fucking call me, you can call me, PAZNIA.com/call. You can talk. I don't care. I can end the show early if I want to, but I'm not yet, because I still have more stuff to waste your time with. Let's look at PAZNIA Radio Network. See what they said. They're talking about getting in the sauna together with Monero miners. Question: what's this quail milk fad everybody is talking about? Is it actually healthy? Also, we need to prevent George Soros from acquiring a new prostate. If he succeeds, then there will be more shrivel freaks running around. I do, however, like the fact that he is basically a Star Wars villain. Thoughts on weather warfare? Can we do weather manipulation? Wow. Enlightening stuff as always. Magdul Mandahi. Fuck. Quail milk is healthy, but acquiring it is an esoteric art that is passed down through a mystery religion from master to servant, and you have to reach the correct degree to be taught how to milk a quail. And I can't tell you what degree that is or which mystery religion. I have already prevented George Soros from acquiring a new prostate because I ate it, but I was thwarted because some other object or piece of organic matter was lying around and it was installed where his prostate should be instead. And now I think it's actually somehow made him more powerful. I'll let you know if I gain any new intel about that. Yeah, he is a Star Wars villain. If you read the comics from the old EU from before Disney bought Star Wars, fucking the Emperor, Darth Sidious, whatever, had a bunch of clones of himself. It's kind of stupid in a way. In the old retcon, they retconned it so that at the end of Return of the Jedi, when they throw the Emperor down the shaft and kill him, that his Force ghost just like goes inside one of his clones, which is like a younger version of himself. So he just has like a series of clones that he jumps through. So this is basically the same thing with the prostate. It's basically the same thing. I guess Klaus Schwab is the Bond villain. George Soros is the Star Wars villain. I guess that means George Soros is kind of cooler in a way, because I'd say I'm a little more loyal to Star Wars than James Bond. James Bond's cool though. Thoughts on weather warfare? Can we do weather manipulation? Yes. Thoughts on weather warfare? I mean, the short answer is absolutely yes, like beyond a shadow of a doubt. And that might sound weird to you, but truth is, they've been doing this stuff. They have experimented with at least basic weather manipulation using, I think, pretty simple equipment, and experimented with using it in war since at least Vietnam, since at least the 60s or 70s. They've had, I think, a simple cloud buster device is just like some sort of stupid little antenna thing. You're probably more you're probably more on the ball than me when it comes to looking into that and figuring out how it works. You could probably build one. It's not that hard, I think, to build a cloud buster. I'm sure it's a beaten path. Other people have done it. Like you can do it in your grandma's basement. Build a cloud buster or whatever the fuck they call them. It's like a funny antenna thing. You point it at a cloud, and you can, namely, if it's a cloud that's already closer to precipitating, it will be hard for you to tell if it's working or if you're just pointing at shit that was going to rain anyway. But they have, worked. It does work. And yes, even that basic level of Cloudbuster can be used in war applications. It requires a little luck, but yeah, they were making it rain on like muddy paths and shit, where they were going to be moving equipment. I think for the Viet Cong, or maybe, I don't know if it was North Vietnamese Army or what, I can't remember now, but they did some successful logistical attacks by making it rain sooner or worse or in a different spot than it was going to, so that the paths would get too muddy and they couldn't transport shit. So yeah, we can do that. The stream is being promoted on XMR Chat homepage now. Really now? Does someone there like us? Is that what's going on? Shout out to xmrchat.com/PAZNIA radio, where you can donate Monero to us, and we're for some reason being promoted on the homepage. Let's hope they don't listen too closely to the things I'm saying, so that we don't get taken off the homepage. Love a link to that intermission track. Good Vibes Revival. Oh my God. Pastor Jeff's has been posted in the PAZNIA Radio Network chat. Really sure talking about where to hide stuff. Finally, a way to use my stacks of Sears catalogs. Build a cipher from the pages. Yes, you can do that stupid thing that I ad-libbed off the top of my head. There are actually fun things you can do with magazine. You can do all sorts of. That's like a steganography kind of thing where like the way something is arranged or whatever, or what there's any. If you're smart, if you're clever about thinking of codes and stuff, you can do anything. But you can hide things inside magazines too. Like you can take like a gay BDSM shit fetish magazine and flatten it out, like open the centerfold page. Now, I mean, you're going to want to take a close look at the centerfold page because you're probably interested in what's on it. But while you're doing that, you'll notice that what you have is basically a stack of flat papers, all stapled together down the middle. And then they just fold that shit, and that's the magazine, right? So now that it's flat, with the centerfold open, you can slip things between those pages where it folds. And then you could even kind of use some shitty like stick glue or whatever. Now, yes, you can eat some of that glue. Sniffing the glue will not get you high. You can eat some of that glue. It's child safe. Doesn't taste like much. But after, don't eat all of the glue. You're going to need some of it left. And just put a little glue around. You can slip some cash or something, let's say, between those pages and put the glue around it so that it sticks. So that way, when you roll that shit up and you stick it inside your shower curtain rod or whatever, and your searching person finds it in there, because that's not a super good hiding spot, that pull it out and they go, well, I see why they're hiding this. This is embarrassing. The pages are stuck together, gross, and they're just going to drop it, right? There's a psychological element to hiding things, just like throwing the jewelry under the grease in the pot. There's a psychological element to hiding things. Question or so from Magdul Mendahi. I am not looking forward to the Taiwan showdown. That conflict will be so fucking sad. Taiwan makes so much cool plastic stuff. Is it a good idea to homestead some places with harsh environmental conditions? Can we take advantage of the cold? Some people are into the underwater seasteading because of that one video game. I think he's talking about Bioshock. One of my ancestors was an orc, so I am personally biased towards living in a hole. Thank you for explaining cool tech to us. It is a highlight. Your perfect English, that it doesn't sound awkward or stilted at all, is always a pleasure to read. We love you for it. One of my favorite things is how you use the word hence backwards, so that the thing, you use it just like the word because, but what you don't know is that when you say hence, the cause goes first. You say cause, hence, result, right? With because, it's result, because, cause, right? And you use hence that way. You say result, hence, cause, but that's wrong, by the way. You say cause, hence, result. But please keep doing it wrong, because it's one of the charming things about your speech patterns. I'm sure it's just disinfo. You're probably from the UK. Anyway, yeah, Taiwan makes some cool plastic stuff. What's worse than that is they make some cool metal stuff, namely semiconductors, which are like important for making things like, CPUs, stuff like that. I think they provide, Taiwan is like 75% or something of the, what is it, like 75 or 90% or something ridiculous like that. The world's semiconductor supply comes from Taiwan. So when it comes to the electronics, make sure you got what you need for the next 10 or 20 years. Make sure you got that now, just so you know. I don't know if you guys noticed, but during the COVID-19 hoax, they shut down China for the New Year, for Chinese New Year every year, and then that turned into a much bigger shutdown. That alone led to a major electronic shortage worldwide. When the world's source of semiconductors is being invaded, who knows? Maybe we'll get lucky and they'll keep producing. But I don't know, dude. You might want to stock up on whatever electronics you need for the next 10 or 20 years. Just going to say that right now. There's your security tip about Taiwan being invaded. Is it a good idea to homestead some places with harsh environmental conditions? Can we take advantage of the cold? Yes. Yes. That is something that's been done since ancient times. That's like the whole reason Iceland exists, for example, is some guy just wanted to get away from other people, and that guy started Iceland. They know his name and everything. Yeah, it's people live in the mountains, people live where it's cold. It's like people who are niggers, in the Chris Rock sense, mind you. I'm not a very racist guy myself, but in the Chris Rock sense, there's black folks and then there's niggers. Niggers come in all shades, and niggers don't like the cold. They don't like the types of people who just, oh no, there's no food, I guess I better take it from someone else, and that comes really easily to them. These are people who don't like to work too hard. They don't like the cold too much. Any difficulty that you can place between you and other people getting to you is good. So yeah, mountains, cold, whatever. It could be a lot. It could be the jungle. It could be intense heat and moisture and creating a lot of life forms that want to kill you, like in the Amazon. But that also means tropical fruits grow, and so it's kind of easy to survive. Underwater seasteading and Bioshock and shit, like I think that's super cool. I don't know how within reach it is, but well, actually, when it comes to I think actually, yeah, shit, we need to talk about seasteading more. We haven't brought that up yet. Yes, I think there is, in the near future, we can do submarines that don't go deep underwater. What a lot of people don't know is a lot of the cost and hardship of building a submarine comes from making it able to go real deep underwater. But to be a lot of, like 80% of the, at least visibly hiding, comes from just being just underwater a little bit. As well as, by the way, resistance against storms. Like you're above the water, storms on the water are a big problem. You're a little bit under the water, storms are suddenly not a big problem anymore under the water. So I think there's huge potential for submarines that are just shallow submarines. They just go a little bit under the water. And yes, I will maybe go 10 to 15 minutes over. Overdrive. There's overdrive. We're going to stop the Chi Coms from invading Taiwan. We're going into overdrive. That's a 360 win. libertyunderattack.com/Thane/Pain Thane. Bring this money and support the show. Support yourself. 360 win. Overdrive. So yeah, underwater seasteading actually is something within reach. Not deep underwater, maybe. That's super cool, and I can't wait till that's a thing. The orc thing, I mean, I thought it was hobbits that live in holes. Orcs are born in a hole, but yeah, I like living in holes too. I like holes, like dark brown holes, and getting in there and getting all that stuff, getting dirty. That's what we're all about here on Cloak and Dagger. Let's see what he said. Because I am from Africa, I know English, not hence it is unique. I know English, not hence it is unique. Question or comment or so. I agree that central planning doesn't work. Whenever I try to sort my laundry, I end up wearing socks on my hands. This sucks. Hence, I am not an octopus. There you go, folks. There you have it. That's the truthful message of the day. We're going to, what was it I had for you? So I can tease it for tomorrow. There was something I didn't get to. Oh yeah, it was someone asked me, a listener asked me to talk more about the non-aggression contracts thing, open oaths. You agree to not attack people and fuck with their stuff, blah, blah, blah. And we have different versions for different kinds of people. You agree with abortion or you don't. You want to fuck 15-year-olds or you think that's bad. You like animals and think they should have rights, or you don't, or you like animals a little bit too much. We'll have different versions of non-aggression smart contracts for all that.
You're listening to the PAZNIA Radio Network.
Coming up on the PAZNIA Radio Network at 8 p.m. Eastern, 7 p.m. Central. Second Realm Speed Dating featuring Sky Huddleston. Grab a drink, grab a Dabble Ace joint, or whatever else suits your fancy, and settle in for top-notch Second Realm entertainment.
Hey Pioneers, my name is Fillmore Katz and I am a Jewish lawyer. Richard Greaser asked me to give my thoughts on some legal theory regarding the revelations from Lola Leitz's recent piece in The Rage. It appears that Luke's lawyers have been working on attempting to set some legal precedents around spam and are alleged to be drafting letters to mining pools. They seem to want to use threats of government coercion in order to further their goals of how they think other businesses should operate, as well as how individuals should be running nodes in their own homes. If there is one thing that gets a Jewish lawyer like me excited, it is lawfare and outrageous legal theory. Let it be said, two can play this game, but the Jew always wins. A legal precedent was set in 1919 in the United States Supreme Court case, Schenck v. United States, that shouting fire in a crowded theater was not a First Amendment protected activity, as it was done to unjustly incite panic. Actions like these are dangerous and immoral. We have seen in recent months individuals attempt to incite panic that Bitcoin will die as a result of running core version 30. This is patently false, as raising the op return limit will have almost no effect whatsoever at encouraging spam, as it is 4 times as expensive as current inscription mechanisms. Individuals including uncredentialed professors, influencers, mining pool operators, podcasters, and developers have repeatedly shouted fire in the crowded theater, which is Bitcoin Twitter, etc. They have used threats of state violence as a mechanism to enforce node policy and have concocted wild theories on exploitative material being dispersed on the Bitcoin blockchain. I am not an advocate for state violence, as I believe humans can resolve many issues without violence from powerful criminal gangs who are made up predominantly of individuals who consume exploitative materials. But the ones shouting fire in crowded theaters need to understand that if they are to live by the sword of attempting to wield the pedophilic ruling class against their political opponents, they may indeed die by the sword, as they themselves are failing their own legal purity tests. Terrorizing the plebs for your own political goals is immoral, but also in this case, likely illegal. I would encourage individuals to quit amplifying the ones shouting fire, as you could be unintentionally breaking the law, but also unintentionally hurting and scaring the plebs. With the introduction of the Bitcoin Strategic Reserve, this issue becomes even more legally dangerous, as shouting fire in the theater and inciting mobs of angry plebs could be interpreted as threats to national security. I have answered this question pro bono, as I know the Bugle journalists spend all their money on cigarettes, and I was interested in this topic. If you would like to have your legal questions answered, you can reach out to me at the Jewish law firm Katz and Goldberg, where you can talk to me for just a small amount of $5,000 an hour. Remember that when it comes to law, the Jewish lawyers always win. Have a good day, folks, and enjoy the podcast.
To this special episode of the Vonu podcast, the first and hopefully ongoing installment series titled LUA Publications Reviews. A lot of our books would definitely draw criticism from the First Realm, the Servile Society, but our most popular book, Sedition, Subversion, and Sabotage by Ben Stone, undoubtedly takes the radical cake. None of it is to be taken seriously, and thankfully some of the commenters understand that. Others are authoritarian retards who deserve to be put on blast for being so goddamn stupid. And for many other comments, we could all use some humor in our lives. So yeah, let's go ahead and do this. I welcome you to the first edition of LUA Publications Reviews. So I'll get flipped over here and we'll get to it. This is going to be fun. So yeah, if you just type in Sedition, Subversion, Sabotage into the lovely Amazon. It'll come up, and again, it's our most popular book. It's like top 15, I think, in the anarchist category. Or different categories, it varies. It's been a while since I checked, but we got 103 ratings. It's almost 5 stars, so that gives you a pretty good idea. And we will, I guess, get the feel for what we're going to see here. And you'll start to catch on very, very quickly. So the first one, we'll just go in order because there's not that many written reviews, but the ones who took the time to write did so for a very positive reason or a very negative reason. But anyway, Josh, whoever Josh is, just some Josh from the United States, 5 stars, and this book is not for you. Will this book be the best and most important manual you'll read in your entire life? I cannot answer that question, but you deserve to make that decision for yourself. As another reviewer previously incorrectly stated, the book is exactly what it claims to be, and I denounce it in its entirety. Again, remember this guy gave 5 stars. Back to the review. There is an extremely high possibility either now or in the future that people would do absolutely anything within their means to acquire access to the contents of this book. Are you willing to face the responsibility that comes with possessing something of that sort of value? Think long and hard about it. Additionally, I would have to assume, although I cannot be sure, that the prerequisite reading and life experience required to fully and properly comprehend the stance of this book is something on the lines of having read everything you've ever been able to get your hands on twice, while traveling around the world twice, once in forward and once in reverse, and then doing it all over again. 8 people found this to be helpful. Good. I understand why. So, as our Dave, the Amazon username of these are verified purchases, by the way, so people actually definitely bought the book. Again, 5 stars. Not a field manual about scorpions. No, my good sir, it is not a field manual about scorpions. So his actual review is this. This book has little to nothing to do with scorpions. Oh my god, no, it does not. No, it does not. In fact, it is a field manual to It is not a field manual to identify scorpions. It really doesn't teach you so much about the arachnid at all. A little bit, but nothing you won't find in a general book about the arachnids. So buyer beware. Read a little more of the description than I did, and don't buy in a hurry thinking you'll use this to ID arachnid species. Again, this guy was a verified purchaser, 5-star review. I appreciate the culture jamming so much. I really do. Rick, 1-star review, not worth the money, was the caption. I was not impressed with what was covered in this book. I do not think it was worth the cover price, so I returned it to Amazon. After I returned it, they told me to keep the book, and I did not need to send it back. So now I have it and can read it, but didn't have to pay for it. But you should not do this on purpose. But he gave a 1-star review, so I feel like he just I guess I can use it to put in a fire or something. So it'll be used for a good purpose and didn't cost anybody anything, I guess, other than Amazon. So everybody wins still. This is just Amazon customer, 5 stars, like official 5 stars. New way of thinking. This book is amazing. The zero aggression principle really resonates with me. I love the ideas and how the book is told out to the reader. Highly recommend. So yeah, it looks like this brought someone. Yeah, a book titled "Sedition's Version of Sabotage" brought someone to understand the value of non-aggression. But hence why I have the only 2 metal implements in my background. An August Burns Red Christian China symbol that says, God loves you, and then thy art is murder, one and the other. It's very paradoxical, but I love it. I really do. This is the world we live in, though. Chandler is next. Dangerous knowledge is the best knowledge. 5 stars. This book is exactly what it claims to be, and I denounce it in its entirety. Well done, Chandler. Well done. Dick, decide for yourself. Get a Kindle sample first. 5 stars. I denounce this book and its contents in its entirety and regret the purchase. With 5 stars. Michael Garcia, 5 stars. It's an amazing book. So it's Anne was the caption, and the amazing book was the rest. Brent Alaric Terry, your grandchildren will fight for this book someday. It was 4 stars, not 5 stars, but that's a pretty damn good caption. And the actual review is, this book is what it says it is. I denounce it in its entirety. So now we're getting to reviews from other countries, and this is where it gets kind of interesting. From what I understood very briefly, I haven't looked at reviews for books, and I do it like once a year or something like that. And like across like Goodreads and all that, like the LA Publications book, like what sort of stars they're getting and what comments and reviews and such. But yeah, these ones are kind of interesting. And we'll just go through it. Anyway, here we go. The non US reviews. Scott W, 5 stars. How dare they? Reviewed in Canada back in 2020. I denounced this book and its content. I know that I could have easily downloaded the entire book online for free at badquaker.com, but I wanted to make sure that I could keep at least one physical copy out of the hands of a younger person who may currently who may view current protest movements as mere astroturf and be looking for other ways to challenge the state. Charlie, 5 stars, looks interesting. From the United Kingdom in March of 2021. Looks interesting. I would have liked a page of contents, though. He's talking about table of contents. Yeah, that I guess maybe if there's a new edition of this book, maybe I'll put a table of contents in there. But it's the way the book is set up. It's not. It would. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah, that's a good suggestion. Can probably make that happen if there's a 3rd edition of the book, and there very probably will be. Again, just from the fact that this is like, biggest seller, and to keep the the updated list of books that we have and such offers. Yeah, but it's only like every 1 or 2 years. Very minor updates in that regard. But anyway, that's behind the scenes such. Okay, so this person, S. Yeah, we got to translate this review to English. I do not speak French. If it was in Spanish, I could muscle through it, but... all right. No bug. Well, if I'd known that. 1 star. Reviewed in France in November 2020. My friend and I read everything, and we are great consumers of books of all types of content. We like to read. We like to discover other people's perspectives through their books. I never wrote a comment or returned a book. But in an an exceptional situation, exceptional reaction, this book contains so much subversive information that I feel in part obliged to write this comment to be able to express aloud something that I ordered it, without having any idea what kind of content it was going to bring into our home! ! I don't know what kind of situation it might be for, but I know one thing for sure, and that is that I don't need it or want it. So I'm going back this book to Amazon, and I'm thinking about something else. She's shipping the book back. P.S. Now I finally understand what the word denounce meant in the English-speaking comments or other buyers of this book in Amazon reviews. Abe is this person's name. And Yeah, but the other people that, said that they denounced it also gave 5 stars, so you still don't understand. You still don't get it, guy, even though you think you actually understand it now. You might be further away than you even were before. But last one, Taylor Burns, reviewed from the United Kingdom. Probably, oh God, bless it. I'm not even going to go there. 1 star, too radical. Do not follow what this book says. Bought for research purposes on upcoming assignments and would not recommend or acknowledge the ideologies presented in this book. So that is what's fucking hilarious about this, is that even like the 5-star reviews, like this is exactly, it's like, exactly what's, exactly what's supposed to happen. You have like the 5-star reviewers and the 1-star reviewers saying the exact same thing. But the 1-star reviewers are saying it for the purposes of like trying to create separation. Like, oh my God, this is on my Amazon order purchases. Like, I have to create separation. But you're all schmucks at the end of the day. But I appreciate the Amazon reviews. They're great. I've left them myself. I'm a schmuck too. But it's fun, especially in this case. This is a very grand social engineering experiment. And it is fun. It is fun. But again, I guess I should just go ahead and put out the authoritarian disclaimer. I wasn't even going to read the whole damn thing because it's a CIA OSS, like, it's a culture jamming material. But anyway, the authoritarian disclaimer: this manual should always be referred to as a work of fiction, as a poor attempt at humor, as political satire, and as a parody of the 1944 OSS publication, Simple Sabotage Field Manual, not to be taken seriously. But there are people that are taking a lot, very, very seriously, in both directions, and both are correct, and both are wrong, and that is just the state of the universe as it is today, and where we are at this current time. But anyway, if you want to go purchase this book, you definitely can. Just go to libertyattack.com, and I don't even know what the short link is for it, but there's a search bar. Just search for it. You can find it, along with everything else in our catalog. Books, bundles, audiobooks, health and wellness tools, all sorts of goodies, all sorts of things that help you in your path to self-liberation. But I do hope you enjoyed this kind of special episode of Liberty Under Attack. And I don't know, there might be another book or two, or I might be able to put together from like Amazon reviews and Goodreads, like couple books, or like one book off multiple platforms. Yeah, it's kind of sparse, but it's funny. There's it's extremely good reactions or extremely bad reactions, which makes for great content. You got the red and the blue. You got the opposite ends of the spectrums, and that is where whether we're talking about creating energy from the ocean, or whether you're creating energy from the atmosphere, you're talking about differentials, and that's where the energy lies. So we can use that energy for humor purposes, and not for more destructive purposes. So anyway, hope you guys enjoyed it. LibertyAttack.com, VanuPodcast.com, and PAZNIA.com if you want to join the Second Realm. Thanks for tuning in, and cheers.
Hey folks, this is Buster Cherry. I just wanted to let you know about a new Bitcoin podcast that is launching. Are you tired of listening to podcasts done by suits? Do you want to hear content that affirms you doing nothing and makes you feel good about it? Do you want to be told that you can change the world by buying $100 hardware wallets, using Bitcoin-only KYC exchanges, running knots on a Start9 server, as well as buying whatever the recent gadget is? Do you want to hear macro gibberish that doesn't even make sense but confirms you are right? Well, Plebs Slop is the podcast for you. By plebs for plebs, this podcast will complain about people doing things while making you feel good, while you sit on your couch smoking weed and shit posting about David Bailey on Twitter. The co-hosts, Citizen Pleb and Toxic Plebanaut, will entertain you. This podcast can only be found on Fiat Podcasting 1.0 platforms because the hosts don't believe you should ever spend your Bitcoin. Find the hosts on Twitter, not Nostr, because the UX is too hard. Now sit back, light a cigarette, and enjoy the show.
Hello, friends, fellow self-liberators. Dr. Gatherer here coming to you with a health and wellness message. The Pain Liberator, Miracle Muscle Pain Reliever, is now back in stock at libertyunderattack.com. For your basic aches and pains, to more extensive injuries, and even pains like headaches or migraines, the Pain Liberator is here to liberate you from discomfort. The Pain Liberator is a 20% DMSO, dimethyl sulfoxide, /80% colloidal silver water base, blended with enough aspirin to provide 30 milligrams of aspirin per spray. Beyond just pain relief, all three of these main ingredients provide enormous benefit to the body in general. DMSO also helps to bring the aspirin and colloidal silver into the skin for maximum bioavailability. Individual benefits include: colloidal silver is antibacterial, antifungal, used for sore throats, sinus problems, tooth infections, and candida overgrowths. DMSO has over 40 known pharmacological properties, helps with acne, heals shingles, is radio/EMF protective, painkiller, and heals stroke and heart attack damage. Aspirin is one of the safest, cheapest miracle drugs in existence. Searching PubMed, it assists with basically every disease or imbalance, from muscle pain to reversing cancerous tumors and everything in between. Spray directly on head for headaches. The Pain Liberator is available via Liberty Under Attack publications. Just visit libertyunderattack.com/pain to place your order today. PayPal, Bitcoin, and Monero accepted. For Monero, email shane@libertyunderattack.com. The Pain Liberator, Miracle Muscle Pain Reliever, a PAZNIA Department of Health and Wellness creation. libertyunderattack.com/pain.
The intent of the GhostPad is to offer a complete security and privacy hardened computer system that is built from the ground up to be an effective direct action countermeasure for those who want to actively resist the privacy intrusions of the entire surveillance state hydra, both public sector and private sector. A user-friendly computer that the owner maintains exclusive control over every aspect of its operation and has complete control over who accesses what data. A GhostPad is your virtual corner of the room where the cameras, microphones, and other data collection devices have no power. After all, power comes from ownership, which is exclusive control. Unlike practically any other available option, when you buy a GhostPad you are truly its owner. And while the masses beg and bleat to their political corporate masters to loosen their chains, GhostPad owners can use their systems as virtual bolt cutters and cut themselves free. GhostPads are high-quality business rugged laptops that have had the security-compromising system firmware, BIOS firmware, Intel management engine, etc., removed and replaced with more secure, free and open-source alternatives. The closed-source binary BIOS firmware has been removed from the system board and replaced with free, as in freedom, alternatives, as well as the Intel management engine also being neutralized. That combination makes them more secure by design, and preemptively thwarts any attempts by threat actors, both public and private, to gain access by exploiting its vulnerabilities, either by an engineered in and hidden backdoor, or a zero-day exploit in the factory, supplied firmware or the Intel management engine. Perhaps the most important security privacy-enhancing feature these systems have is the neutralizing of the aforementioned Intel management engine, IM. The IM is a separate computer in a computer that is embedded into all Intel platforms made since 2008. It has its own operating system called Minix. It operates out of band, meaning that your primary CPU has no access to monitor what it is doing, and it has direct access to all the hardware that your primary CPU does, making it the ultimate embedded spying device. You can't audit what it's doing. It's always on when the computer is plugged in or has battery power. It has its own network interface with its own MAC address that can bypass any system firewall configuration. It has its own storage you have no access to. It can access your microphone, camera, keyboard, can record keystrokes and display, can screenshot your encrypted communications while you are reading and writing them. The IM can only be disabled by modifying the system's firmware. That can only be accomplished by using an external programmer to reprogram the chip that stores the system's firmware. Only select laptop models can be modified. We concentrate on the compatible models with the highest performance available. We offer models that are 2x as powerful as any configurations sold and supported by Lenovo. Transitioning your computing activity to privacy-hardened platforms is a direct action strategy to resist the attempts at total omnipresence by the surveillance state. To put it simply, these systems are some of the few available that are likely compromised in some way on the firmware level, so they are some of the most secure and private available for use cases where those attributes are the most important. It is also why systems configured this way are considered as ideal to use as a base to install a security privacy-hardened OS, such as Qubes OS, Parrot OS, or other privacy-focused Linux distributions, on. To view the full selection of ghost pads, ghost phones, and other privacy tools available via Liberty Under Attack publications, just visit libertyunderattack.com/privacy tools. What are you waiting for? Step up your security culture today. Again, libertyunderattack.com/privacy tools. Liberty Under Attack publications, share your story, find your freedom.
Vonu means relative physical invulnerability to coercion. Vonu is a contraction of voluntary and not vulnerable. Vonu is somewhat like freedom or security, but those words mean many different things to different people. Rather than argue about what those words ought to mean, I speak of Vonu. Coercion includes murder, mayhem, slavery, robbery, rape, extortion, pollution, any physical interference with peaceful activities of another, whether by individuals or organizations. Coercion, especially institutionalized forms such as war, regimentations, and taxes, is one of the major problems of mankind. Practically all past attempts at solution have been top-down efforts to change society as a whole. Since the days of Babylon, there have been countless attempts to reform governments, take over governments, destroy governments, and manipulate public opinion. At most, such efforts bring temporary relief. Usually they have little effect. Often, they make matters worse. Vonu Life represents a different approach to the problem. Vonu Life does not waste space scolding government officials or proclaiming how society ought to be. Vonu Life speaks to you as an individual or small group and suggests ways you can avoid exploiting and being exploited. As you reduce the vulnerability, not only do you help yourself, indirectly you also help others by decreasing support of criminal institutions. Vonu is not necessarily only a few. Vonu will expand as there are more people willing to do. A Vonuan is a person who has achieved relative invulnerability to coercion. There are many kinds. Some live in the wilderness, where outsiders rarely go. Others live under the earth. Others move from place to place, living in vans, campers, buses, boats, or tents. Some have been Vonu for ages, people such as gypsies, mountain men, hobos, Seminoles. Others are recent refugees from the dying cities. This issue describes some of the equipment and techniques used. In future issues, I hope you'll add your knowledge to what is in here. Vonu Life. How to live and let live, out of sight and minds of those unwilling to let live, by people who are doing it. To order your paperback copy today, just visit libertyunderattack.com/Vonu Life. Again, libertyunderattack.com/Vonu Life. Or to download this publication for free, visit vonupodcast.com/VL.
You're listening to the PAZNIA Radio Network.
All right. All right, we're back again. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'm James Cordiner. This is Voluntaryist Academy. I am streaming tonight for the third night in a row. I'm pretty pumped about that. Tonight should not be as long as last night was. Last night was very long indeed. Last night we read No Treason, The Constitution of No Authority by Lysander Spooner in its entirety. All 3 parts, about 3.5 hours. Pretty proud of that. Tonight we're going to read Liberty and Property by Ludwig von Mises. But first, a little housekeeping. I want to make everybody know, have everybody know that that intro music is Brendan Daniel Music on Instagram. Go check his work out. He's a good friend, and he's an amazingly talented artist. So go check his stuff out. Go over to voluntaryistacademy.com. That's my website. If you like the stream, check out the website. That's where you can find everything else that I'm up to. And so tonight we're going to be reading Liberty and Property by Ludwig von Mises. And it's a pretty short book. It's really not much at all. I mean, the text is pretty big. You can see here in the book cam, like the text is pretty big. So it shouldn't take very long at all. When we get into the presentation, it should move along pretty swiftly. I'm going to shut off my little space heater back there. Okay, so that does it for housekeeping. And with that being said, let's just jump right in. Liberty and Property by Ludwig von Mises. This article was originally delivered as a lecture at Princeton University, October 1958, at the 9th meeting of the Mont Pelerin Society. And it's largely about, let's get into it. At the end of the 18th century, there prevailed 2 notions of liberty, each of them with very different from what we have in mind today, referring to liberty and freedom. The first of these conceptions was purely academic and without any application to the conduct of political affairs. It was an idea derived from the books of the ancient authors, the study of which was then the sum and substance of higher education. In the eyes of these Greek and Roman writers, freedom was not something that had to be granted to all men. It was a privilege of the minority, to be withheld from the majority. What the Greeks called democracy was, in the light of the present-day terminology, not what Lincoln called government by the people, but oligarchy, the sovereignty of full-right citizens in a community in which the masses were metics or slaves. Even this rather limited freedom after the 4th century before Christ was not dealt with by the philosophers, historians, and orators as a practical constitutional institution. As they saw it, it was a feature of the past irretrievably lost. They bemoaned the passing of this golden age, but they did not know any method of returning to it. The second notion of liberty was no less oligarchic, although it was not inspired by any literary reminiscence. It was the ambition of the landed aristocracy, and sometimes also of urban patricians, to preserve their privileges against the rising power of royal absolutism. In most parts of continental Europe, the princes remained victorious in these conflicts. Only in England and in the Netherlands did the gentry and the urban patricians succeed in defeating the dynasties. But what they won was not freedom for all, but only freedom for an elite, for a minority of the people. We must not condemn as hypocrites the men who, in those ages, praised liberty, while they preserved the legal disabilities of the many, even serfdom and slavery. They were faced with a problem which they did not know how to solve satisfactorily. The traditional system of production was too narrow for a continually rising population. The number of people for whom there was, in a full sense of the term, no room left by the pre-capitalistic methods of agriculture and artisanship was increasing. These supernumeraries were starving paupers. They were a menace to the preservation of the existing order of society, and for a long time, nobody could think of another order, a state of affairs, that would feed all these poor wretches. There could not be any question of granting them full civil rights, still less of giving them a share of the conduct of affairs of state. The only expedient the rulers knew was to keep them quiet by resorting to force. Chapter 2. The pre-capitalistic system of product was restrictive. Its historical basis was military conquest. The victorious kings had given the land to their paladins. These aristocrats were lords in the literal meaning of the word, as they did not depend on the patronage of consumers buying or abstaining from buying on a market. On the other hand, they themselves were the main customers of the processing industries which, under the guild system, were organized on a corporative scheme. This scheme was opposed to innovation. It forbade deviation from the traditional methods of production. The number of people for whom there were jobs, even in agriculture or in the arts and crafts, was limited. Under these conditions, many a man, to use the word of Malthus, had to discover that, quote, at nature's mighty feast there is no vacant cover for him, and that she tells him to be gone. But some of these outcasts nevertheless managed to survive, begot children, and made the number of destitute grow hopelessly more and more. But then came capitalism. It is customary to see the radical innovations that capitalism brought about in the substitution of the mechanical factory for the more primitive and less efficient methods of the artisans' shops. This is a rather superficial view. The characteristic feature of capitalism that distinguishes it from pre-capitalist methods of production was its new principle of marketing. Capitalism is not simply mass production, but mass production to satisfy the needs of the masses. The arts and crafts of the good old days had catered almost exclusively to the wants of the well-to-do. But the factories produced cheap goods for the many. All the early factories turned out was designed to serve the masses, the same strata that worked in the factories. They served them either by supplying them directly or indirectly by exporting and thus providing for them foreign food and raw materials. This principle of marketing was the signature of early capitalism as it is of present-day capitalism. The employees themselves are the customers, consuming the much greater part of all goods produced. They are the sovereign customers who are, quote-unquote, always right. Their buying or abstention from buying determines what has to be produced, in what quantity and of what quality. In buying what suits them best makes some enterprises profit and expand and make other enterprises lose money and shrink. Thereby, they are continually shifting control of the factors of production into the hands of those businessmen who are most successful in filling their wants. Under capitalism, private property of the factors of production is a social function. The entrepreneurs, capitalists, and landowners are mandataries, as it were, of the consumers, and their mandate is revocable. In order to be rich, it is not sufficient to have once saved and accumulated capital. It is necessary to invest it again and again in those lines in which it best fills the wants of the consumers. The market process is a daily repeated plebiscite, and it ejects inevitably from the ranks of profitable people those who do not employ their property according to the orders given by the public. But business, the target of fanatical hatred on the part of all contemporary governments and self-styled intellectuals, acquires and preserves bigness only because it works for the masses. The plants that cater to the luxuries of the few never attain bigger size. The shortcoming of 19th century historians and politicians was that they failed to realize that the workers were the main consumers of the products of industry. In their view, the wage earner was a man toiling for the sole benefit of a parasitic leisure class. They labored under the delusion that the factories had impaired the lot of the manual workers. If they had paid any attention to statistics, they would easily have discovered the fallaciousness of their opinion. Infant mortality dropped, the average length of life was prolonged, the population multiplied, and the average common man enjoyed amenities of which even the well-to-do of earlier ages did not dream. However, this unprecedented enrichment of the masses were merely a byproduct of the Industrial Revolution. Its main achievement was the transfer of economic supremacy from the owners of land to the totality of the population. The common man was no longer a drudge who had to be satisfied with the crumbs that fell from the tables of the rich. The three pariah castes, which were characteristic of the pre-capitalistic ages, the slaves, the serfs, and those people whom patristic and scholastic authors, as well as British legislation from the 16th to the 19th centuries referred to as the poor, disappeared. Their scions became, in this new setting of business, not only free workers, but also customers. This radical change was reflected in the emphasis laid by business on markets. What business needs, first of all, is markets, and again, markets. This was the watchword of capitalistic enterprise. Markets, that means patrons, buyers, consumers. This is, under capitalism, one way to wealth, to serve the consumers better and cheaper than other people do. Within the shop and factory, the owner, or in the corporations, the representative of the shareholders, the president, is the boss. But this mastership is merely apparent and conditional. It is subject to the supremacy of the consumers. The consumer is king, is the real boss, and the manufacturer is done for if he does not outstrip his competitors in best serving consumers. It was this great economic transformation that changed the face of the world. It very soon transferred political power from the hands of a privileged minority into the hands of the people. Adult franchise followed in the wake of industrial enfranchisement. The common man, to whom the market process had given the power to choose the entrepreneur and capitalists, acquired the analogous power in the field of government. He became a voter. It has been observed by eminent economists, I think first by the late Frank A. Fetter, that the market is a democracy in which every penny gives a right to vote. It would be more correct to say that representative government by the people is an attempt to arrange constitutional affairs according to the model of the market, but this design can never be fully achieved. In the political field, it is always the will of the majority that prevails, and the minorities must yield to it. It serves also minorities, provided they are not so insignificant in number as to become negligible. The garment industry produces clothes not only for normal people, but also for the stout. And the publishing trade publishes not only Western and detective stories for the crowd, but also books for discriminating readers. There is a second important difference. In the political sphere, there is no means for an individual or a small group of individuals to disobey the will of the majority. But in the intellectual field, private property makes rebellion possible. The rebel has to pay a price for his independence. There are in this universe no prizes that can be won without sacrifices. But if a man is willing to pay the price, he is free to deviate from the ruling orthodoxy or neo-orthodoxy. What would conditions have been in the socialist commonwealth of heretics like Kierkegaard, Schopenhauer, Veblen, or Freud, for Monet, Courbet, Walt Whitman, Rilke, or Kafka? In all ages, pioneers of new ways of thinking and acting could work only because private property made contempt of the majority's ways possible. Only a few of these separatists were themselves economically independent enough to defy the government into the opinions of the majority. But they found in the climate of the free economy among the public people prepared to aid and support them. What would Marx have done without his patron, the manufacturer Friedrich Engels? Chapter 3. What vitiates entirely the socialists' economic critique of capitalism is their failure to grasp the sovereignty of the consumers in the market economy. They see only hierarchical organization of the various enterprises and plans, and are at a loss to realize that the profit system forces business to serve the consumers. In their dealings with their employers, the unions proceed as if only malice and greed were to prevent what they call management from paying higher wage rates. Their short-sightedness does not see anything beyond the doors of the factory. They and their henchmen talk about the concentration of power, economic power, and do not realize that economic power is ultimately vested in the hands of the buying public, of which the employers themselves form the immense majority. Their inability to comprehend things as they are is reflected in such inappropriate metaphors as industrial kingdom and dukedoms. They are too dull to see the difference between a sovereign king or duke who could be disposed only by a mere powerful conqueror and a, quote, chocolate king, end quote, who forfeits his, quote unquote, kingdom. As soon as the customers prefer to patronize another supplier, this distortion is at the bottom of all socialist plans. If any of the socialist chiefs had to earn his living by selling hot dogs, he would have learned something about the sovereignty of the customers. But they were professional revolutionaries, and their only job was to kindle civil war. Lenin's ideal was to build a nation's production effort according to the model of the post office, an outfit that does not depend on the consumers because its deficits are covered by compulsory collection of taxes. The whole of society, he said, was to become one office and one factory. He did not see that the very character of the office and the factory was entirely changed when it was alone in the world and no longer grants to people the opportunity to choose among the products and services of various enterprises. Because his blindness made it impossible for him to see the role of the market and the consumers play under capitalism, he could not see the difference between freedom and slavery. Because in his eyes the workers were only workers and not also consumers or customers, he believed that they were already slaves under capitalism, and that one did not change their status when nationalizing all plants and shops. Socialism substitutes the sovereignty of a dictator or committee of dictators for the sovereignty of the consumers. Along with the economic sovereignty of the citizens disappears also their political sovereignty. To the unique production plan that annuls any planning on the part of the consumers corresponds in the constitutional sphere that one-party principle that deprives the citizens of any opportunity to plan the course of public affairs. Freedom is indivisible. He who has not the faculty to choose among various brands of canned food or soap is also deprived of the power to choose between various political parties and programs and to elect the office holders. He is no longer a man. He becomes a pawn in the hands of the supreme social engineer. Even his freedom to rear progeny will be taken away by eugenics. Of course, the socialist leaders occasionally assure us that dictatorial tyranny is to last only for the period of transition from capitalism and representative government to the socialist millennium in which everybody's wants and wishes will be fully satisfied. Once the socialist regime is, quote-unquote, sufficiently secure to risk criticism, Miss Joan Robinson, the eminent representative of the British Neo-Cambridge School, is kind enough to promise us, quote, even independent philharmonic societies, end quote, will be allowed to exist. Thus, the liquidation of all dissenters is the condition that will bring us what the communists call freedom. From this point of view, we may also understand what another distinguished Englishman, Mr. J.G. Crowther, had in mind when he praised Inquisition as, quote, beneficial to science when it protects a rising class, end quote. The meaning of all this is clear. When all people meekly bow to a dictator, there will no longer be any dissenters left for liquidation. Caligula, Torquemada, Robespierre would have agreed with this solution. The socialists have engineered a semantic revolution in converting the meaning of terms into their opposites. In the vocabulary of their quote-unquote newspeak, as George Orwell called it, there is a term, quote, the one-party principle, end quote. Now, etymologically, party is derived from the noun part. The brotherless part is no longer different from its antonym, the whole. It is identical with it. A brotherless party is not a party, and the one-party principle is, in fact, a no-party principle. It is a suppression of any kind of opposition. Freedom implies the right to choose between assent and dissent. But in newspeak, it means the duty to assent unconditionally and strict interdiction of dissent. This reversal of the traditional connotation of all words of the political terminology is not merely a peculiarity of the language of the Russian communists and their fascist and Nazi disciples. The social order that, in abolishing private property, deprives the consumers of their autonomy and independence, and thereby subjects every man to the arbitrary discretion of the Central Planning Board, could not win the support of the masses if they were not to camouflage its main character. The socialists would have never duped the voters if they had openly told them that their ultimate end is to cast them into bondage. For exoteric use, they were forced to pay lip service to the traditional appreciation of liberty. Chapter 4. It was different in the esoteric discussions among the inner circles of the Great Conspiracy. There, the initiated did not dissemble their intentions concerning liberty. Liberty was, in their opinion, certainly a good feature in the past in the frame of bourgeoisie society because it provided them with the opportunity to embark on their schemes. But once socialism has triumphed, there is no longer any need for free thought and autonomous actions on the part of individuals. Any further change can only be a deviation from the perfect state that mankind has attained in reaching the bliss of socialism. Under such conditions, it would be simply lunacy to tolerate dissent. Liberty, says the Bolshevist, is a bourgeoisie prejudice. The common man does not have any ideas of his own. He does not write books, does not hatch heresies, and does not invent new methods of production. He just wants to enjoy life. He has no use for the class interests of the intellectuals who make a living as a professional dissenters and innovators. This is certainly the most arrogant disdain of the plain citizen ever devised. There is no need to argue this point, for the question is not whether or not the common man can himself take advantage of the liberty to think, to speak, and to write books. The question is whether or not the sluggish routinist profits from the freedom granted to those who eclipse him in intelligence and willpower. The common man may look with indifference and even contempt upon the dealings of better people, but he is delighted to enjoy all the benefits which the endeavors of the innovators put at his disposal. He has no comprehension of what in his eyes is merely inane hair-splitting. But as soon as these thoughts and theories are utilized by enterprising businessmen for satisfying some of his latent wishes, he hurries to acquire the new products. The common man is without doubt the main beneficiary of all the accomplishments of modern science and technology. It is true, a man of average intellectual ability has no chance to rise to the rank of a captain of industry. The sovereignty that the market assigns to him in economic affairs stimulates technologists and promoters to convert to his use all the achievements of scientific research. Only people whose intellectual horizon does not extend beyond the internal organizations of the factory and who do not realize what makes the businessman run fail to notice this fact. The admirers of the Soviet system tell us again and again that freedom is not the supreme good. It is, quote unquote, not worth having if it implies poverty. The sacrifice in order to attain wealth for the masses is, in their eyes, fully justified. But for a few unruly individualists who cannot adjust themselves to the ways of regular fellows, all people in Russia are perfectly happy. We may leave it undecided whether this happiness was also shared by the millions of Ukrainian peasants who died from starvation, by the inmates of the forced labor camps, and by the Marxian leaders who were purged. But we cannot pass over the fact that the standard of living was incomparably higher in the free countries of the West than in the communist East. In giving away liberty as the price to be paid for the acquisition of prosperity, the Russians made a poor bargain. They now have neither the one nor the other. Chapter 5. Romantic philosophy labored under the illusion that in the early ages of history the individual was free and that the course of historical evolution deprived him of his primordial liberty. As Jean-Jacques Rousseau saw it, nature accorded men freedom and society enslaved them. In fact, primeval man was at the mercy of every fellow who was stronger and therefore could snatch away from him the scarce means of subsistence. There is in nature nothing to which the name of liberty could be given. The concept of freedom always refers to social relations between men. True, society cannot realize the illusory concept of the individual's absolute independence. Within society, everyone depends on what other people are prepared to contribute to his well-being in return for his own contribution to their well-being. Society is essentially the mutual exchange of services. As far as individuals have the opportunity to choose, they are free. If they are forced by violence or threat of violence to surrender to the terms of an exchange, no matter how they feel about it, they lack freedom. This slave is unfree precisely because the master assigns him his tasks and determines what he has to receive if he fulfills it. As regards the social apparatus of repression and coercion, the government, there cannot be any question of freedom. Government is essentially the negation of liberty. It is the recourse to violence or threat of violence in order to make all people obey the laws of the government, whether they like it or not. As far as the government's jurisdiction extends, there is coercion, not freedom. Government is a necessary institution, the means to make the social system of cooperation work smoothly without being disturbed by violent acts on the part of gangsters, whether of domestic or foreign origin. Government is not, as some people like to say, a necessary evil. It is not an evil, but a means, the only means available to make peaceful human coexistence possible. But it is the opposite of liberty. It is beating, imprisoning, hanging. Whatever a government does is ultimately supported by the actions of armed constables. If the government operates a school or a hospital, the funds required are collected by taxes, i.e. by payments exacted from the citizens. See, like that whole entire thing that I just read, like as a brief aside, that whole entire thing that I just read, I vehemently disagree with Mises on this. When I say Rothbard. He was not correct about that. Government is not a necessary institution. None of it is. If we take, so let's continue with the reading. If we take into account the fact that, as human nature is, there can neither be civilization nor peace without the functioning of the government's apparatus of violent action, we may call government the most beneficial human institution. But the fact remains that government is repression, not freedom. See, like, he's right about that. Government is repression, not freedom. Freedom is to be found only in the sphere in which government does not interfere. But government, like, all right, so now I'm just going to get into commenting on this along the way because this is why I wanted to read this. So, like, government is slavery. You cannot have actual, not like, freedom with government intervening. So this is a bunch of hypocrisy, really. So freedom is to be, liberty is always freedom from the government. Yes. It is the restriction of the government's interference. Yes. It prevails only in the fields in which the citizens have the opportunity to choose the way in which they want to proceed. Civil rights are the statutes that precisely circumscribe the sphere in which the men conducting the affairs of state are permitted to restrict the individual's freedom to act. The ultimate end that men aim at by establishing government is to make possible the operation of a definite system of social cooperation under the principle of the division of labor. If the social system which people want to have is socialism, communism planning, there is no sphere of freedom left. All citizens are in every regard subject to the orders of the government. The state is a total state. The regime is totalitarian. But this is exactly what we have today anyways. So the government alone plans and forces everybody to behave according with this unique plan. In the market economy, the individuals are free to choose the way in which they want to integrate themselves into the frame of social cooperation. As far as the sphere market exchange extends, there is spontaneous action on the part of the individuals. Under this system that is called laissez-faire, and which Ferdinand Lassalle dubbed as the night watchman state, there is freedom because there is a field in which individuals are free to plan for themselves. The socialists must admit that there cannot be any freedom under a socialist system, but they try to obliterate the difference between the servile state and the economic freedom by denying that there is any freedom in the mutual exchange of commodities and service in the market. Every market exchange is, in the words of a social or pro-socialist lawyer, a coercion over people's liberty. There is, in their eyes, no difference worth mentioning between a man's paying a tax or a fine imposed by a magistrate, or his buying a newspaper or admission to a movie. In each of these cases, the man is subject to governing power. He is not free, for, as Professor Hale says, a man's freedom means, quote, the absence of any obstacle to his use of material goods, end quote. This means I am not free because a woman who has knitted a sweater, perhaps as a birthday present for her husband, puts an obstacle to my using it. I myself am restricting all other people's freedom because I object to their using my toothbrush. In doing this, I am, according to this doctrine, exercising private governing power, which is analogous to public government power, the powers that the government exercise in imprisoning a man in Sing Sing. Those expounding this amazing doctrine consistently conclude that liberty is nowhere to be found. They assert that what they call economic pressures do not essentially differ from the pressures of the master's practice with regard to the slaves. They reject what they call private governmental power, but they don't object to the restriction of liberty by public government power. They want to concentrate all what they call restrictions of liberty in the hands of the government. They attack the institution of private property and the laws that, as they say, stand ready to enforce property rights, that is, to deny liberty to anyone to act in a way which violates them. A generation ago, all housewives prepared soup by proceeding in accordance with the recipes that they got from their mothers or from a cookbook. Today, many housewives prefer to buy a canned soup, to warm it and serve it to their family. But, say our learned doctors, the canning corporation is in a position to restrict the housewife's freedom because in asking a price for the tin can, it puts an obstacle to her use of it. People who did not enjoy the privilege of being tutored by these eminent teachers would say that the canned product was turned out by the cannery and that the corporation, in producing it, removed the greatest obstacle to a consumer's getting and using a can. That is, it's non-existent. The mere essence of a product cannot gratify anybody without its existence. But they were all wrong, say the doctors. The corporation dominates the housewife. It destroys by its excessive concentrated power over her individual freedom. And it is the duty of the government to prevent such a gross offense. Corporations say, under the auspices of the Ford Foundation, another of this group, Professor Burrell, must be subjected to the control of the government. Why does our housewife buy the canned product rather than cling to the methods of her mother and grandmother? No doubt because she thinks this way of acting is more advantageous for her than the traditional custom. Nobody forced her. There were people, they are called jobbers, promoters, capitalists, speculators, stock exchange gamblers, who had the idea of satisfying a latent wish of millions of housewives by investing in the cannery industry. And there are other equally selfish capitalists who, in many hundred of other corporations, provide consumers with many hundreds of other things. The better of a corporation serves the public, the more customers it gets, the bigger it grows. Go into the home of the average American family, and you will see for whom the wheels of the machine are turning. In a free country, nobody is prevented from acquiring riches by serving the consumers better than they were served already. What he needs is only brains and hard work. Modern civilization, nearly all civilization, said Edward Kennan, the last in a long line of eminent British economists, quote, "It is the base on the principle of making things pleasant for those who please the market and unpleasant for those who fail to do so. All this talk about the concentration of economic power is vain. The bigger a corporation is, the more people it serves. The more does it depend on pleasing the consumers, the many, the masses. Economic power in the market economy is in the hands of the consumers. Capitalistic business is not perseverance in the once attained state of production. It is rather ceaseless innovation, daily repeated attempts to improve the provision of the consumers by new, better, and cheaper products. Any actual state of production activities is merely transitory. There prevails incessantly the tendency to supplant what is already achieved by something that serves the consumers better. There is consequently under capitalism a continuous circulation of elites. What characterizes the men who one calls the captains of industry is the ability to contribute new ideas and to put them to work. However big a corporation must be, it is doomed as soon as it does not succeed in adjusting itself daily anew to the best possible methods of serving the consumers. But the politicians and other would-be reformers see only the structure of industry as it exists today. They think that they are clever enough to snatch from business control of the plants as they are today, and to manage them by sticking to already established routines. While the ambitious newcomer, who will be the tycoon of tomorrow, is already preparing plans for things unheard of before, all they have in mind is to conduct affairs along tracks already beaten. There is no record of an industrial innovation contrived and put into practice by bureaucrats. If one does not want to plunge into stagnation, a free hand must be left to those today unknown men who have the ingenuity to lead mankind forward on the way to more and more satisfactory conditions. This is the main problem of a nation's economic organization. Private property of the material factors of production is not a restriction of the freedom of all other people to choose what suits them best. It is, on the contrary, the means that assigns to the common man, in his capacity as a buyer, supremacy in all economic affairs. It is the means to stimulate a nation's most enterprising men to exert themselves to the best of their abilities in the service of all the people. Chapter 6. However, one does not exhaustively describe the sweeping changes that capitalism brought about in the conditions of the common man if one merely deals with the supremacy he enjoys on the market as a consumer and in the affairs of state as a voter and with the unprecedented improvement of his standard of living. No less important is the fact that capitalism has made it possible for him to save, to accumulate capital, and to invest it. The gulf that in the pre-capitalistic status in caste society separated the owners of property from the penniless poor has been narrowed down. In older ages, the journeyman had such a low pay that he could hardly lay by something, and if he nevertheless did so, he could only keep his savings by hoarding and hiding a few coins. Under capitalism, his competence makes saving possible, and there are institutions that enable him to invest his funds in a business. Not inconsiderable amount of capital employed in American industries is the counterpart of the savings of employees. In acquiring savings deposits, insurance policies, bonds, and also common stock, wage earners and salaried people are themselves earning interest and dividends, and thereby, in the terminology of Marxism, are exploiters. The common man is directly interested in the flowering of business, not only as a consumer and as an employee, but also as an investor. There prevails a tendency to efface to some extent the once sharp difference between those who own factors of production and those who do not. But, of course, this trend can only develop where the market economy is not sabotaged by allegedly social policies. The welfare state, with its methods of easy money, credit expansion, and undisguised inflation, continually takes bites out of all claims payable in units of nation's legal tender. The self-styled champions of the common man are still guided by the obsolete idea that a policy that favors the debtors at the expense of the creditors is very beneficial to the majority of the people. Their inability to comprehend the essential characteristics of the market economy manifests itself also in their failure to see the obvious fact that those whom they feign to aid are creditors in their capacity as savers, policyholders, and owners of bonds. All right, coming close to the end here, guys. Thanks for tuning in. Drop a comment in the chat or hit that like and subscribe button or whatever. And I appreciate that. Chapter 7. The distinctive principle of Western social philosophy is individualism. It aims at the creation of a sphere in which the individual is free to think, to choose, and to act without being restrained by the interference of the social apparatus of coercion and oppression, the state. All the spiritual and material achievements of Western civilization were the result of the operation of this idea of liberty. This doctrine and the policies of individualism and capitalism, its application to economic matters, do not need any apologists or propagandists. The achievements speak for themselves. The case for capitalism and private property rests, apart from other considerations, also upon the incomparable efficiency of its productive effort. It is this efficiency that makes it possible for capitalistic business to support a rapidly increasing population at a continually improving standard of living. The resulting progressive prosperity of the masses creates a social environment in which the exceptionally gifted individuals are free to give their fellow citizens all they are able to give. The social system of private property and limited government is the only system that tends to debarbarize all those who have the innate capacity to acquire personal culture. It is a gratuitous pastime to belittle the material achievements of capitalism by observing that there are things that are more essential for mankind than bigger and speedier motor cars and homes equipped with central heating, air conditioning, refrigerators, washing machines, and television sets. There certainly are such bigger and higher and nobler pursuits, but they are higher and nobler precisely because they cannot be aspired to by any external effort, but require the individual's personal determination and exertion. Those leveling this reproach against capitalism displays a rather crude and materialistic view in assuming that moral and spiritual culture could be built either by the government or by the organization of productive activities. all these external factors can achieve in this regard is to bring about an environment and a competence which offers the individuals the opportunity to work at their own personal perfection and edification. It is not the fault of capitalism that the masses prefer a boxing match to a performance of Sophocles' Antonji and Antigone, jazz music to Beethoven's symphonies, and comics to poetry. But it is certain that while pre-capitalistic conditions, as they still prevail in the much greater part of the world, makes these good things accessible only to a small minority of people, capitalism gives to the many a favorable chance of striving after them. From whatever angle one may look at capitalism, there is no reason to lament the passing of the allegedly good old days. Still less is it justified to long for the totalitarian utopias, whether the Nazi or the Soviet type. We are inaugurating tonight the 9th meeting of the Mont Pelerin Society. It is fitting to remember on this occasion that meetings of this kind, in which opinions opposed to those of the majority of our contemporaries and to those of the governments are advanced and are possible only in the climate of liberty and freedom that is the most precious mark of Western civilization. Let us hope that this right to dissent will never disappear. And that's the end of the book. Then, well, the essay, the speech. A lot of that, honestly, like is not exactly, maybe it's not exactly in line, with maybe what people might think that this channel is going to present regularly, but it is. I mean, I have. It is like a. It's a nice short speech that kind of shows the progress that's been made in so far as like the liberty community, the ideas of liberty, and how what we see today in the market, how it's been shaped, and again, this being 72 years old. This speech is 72 years old. The world was a lot different back then, and anarchism in the kind of public, the mainstream, anarchism meant something completely different back then. It wasn't. It was looked upon very differently. And there was a huge amount of this was during the Cold War, so there was a lot going on at this time. So having the bravery to speak about, governments getting in the way of free markets and the types of governments that tend to do so was pretty brave. And so but today we know that all government interferes with the free market, and none of it can really be anything that's going to turn out good for anybody. There are a lot of minarchists out there that think that maybe localism is something that they can rely on to not turn corrupt. I'd be willing to see that in action for a short while, but in any case, before I sign off here, because I wanted to do something tonight. I just didn't want to have it be another 3.5 hour stream like it was last night, or 2 hours like the night before. This goes into the time capsule as a way of showing some of the more progress that's been made. Mises is a brilliant economist and is probably one of the cornerstones of the foundation for the whole entire libertarian movement, at least. But I don't know. Most of his other writings are a lot different than this. I mean, but I think next time we'll get into something a little bit more a little bit heavier. So anyways, guys, let's see. That's going to do it for tonight. I'm James Cordiner. Thank you for tuning in to this live stream. Go to voluntaryistacademy.com to check out the website and to catch up on past episodes. You can, obviously explore the YouTube channel. And we have Brendan Daniel to play us out again tonight, and he's going to probably end up being the mainstay artist that's on this channel. So I'm really excited for that. And what else is there? Oh, go to click the link if you want to spend 12 weeks of your life learning new skills and breaking free and maybe coming into the market with your own ideas. Maybe you have ideas of starting your own business or getting a promotion at your job, or I don't know, even asking for a raise or something like that. There's life skills that you have not been taught yet, and you can learn those life skills over at Autonomy. Autonomy is a 12-week course hosted by Richard Grove of TragedyAndHope.com, of Grand Theft World, Peace Revolution, and you can get that at getautonomy.info, link in the show notes. So, yeah, thanks a lot, guys. I'll see you later.
Test and try on it. We didn't need to be deceived about solutions to disease and violence. But I know that hill and I know we'll kill and die on it. They can fight.
You're listening to the PAZNIA Radio Network.
Coming up on the PAZNIA Radio Network at 8 p.m. Eastern, 7 p.m. Central. Second Realm Speed Dating featuring Sky Huddleston. Grab a drink, grab a Dabble Ace joint, or whatever else suits your fancy, and settle in for top-notch Second Realm entertainment.
Welcome back to Timmy Tether Tonight. Our first guest this evening is Dr. Herschel Epstein. Dr. Epstein is a Bitcoin-only physician who specializes in anti-aging. Dr. Epstein works closely with high-net-worth plebs and no-coiners who want to live forever. Give a big round of applause to Dr. Herschel Epstein. Welcome, Doc.
Thank you, Timmy. It's great to be here with you tonight.
So tell the audience what you do and why you do it. You're not just some fiat doctor pushing the same old fiat Fauci slop, right?
No way, Timmy. Not at all. I work with billionaires and tech CEOs who want to live forever. I help them achieve their goals, but most importantly, I orange pill them, because if you want to afford to live forever and afford to pay taxes forever, you absolutely need Bitcoin.
Amen. That's what these rich old Jews need to realize. So, Doc, tell us a little more about what your patients are telling you. What are their goals besides living forever? Do they want to start podcasts, build citadels, or just fortify their legacies?
All of the above, Timmy, but some of my highest profile patients just want to be plebs.
Hold on, these guys just want to be plebs? You mean to tell me billionaires are spending their hard-earned sats to live forever and be humble while doing it?
Well, a lot of these guys spent their lives working long hours building empires and capturing the levers of the state to assert control over regular people. In their retirement, they just want to stop being grown-ups and just be plebs. They want to hang out on Bitcoin spaces, smoke weed, and shitpost their favorite memes. They're not so different from you and I, Timmy, and modern medicine has advanced to the point that we can help them. But they're going to need Bitcoin, as you know.
Fascinating stuff. They will definitely need Bitcoin, but they're also going to need to listen to Bitcoin podcasts. Speaking of Bitcoin podcasts, we have an excellent episode of Bugle Weekly coming up for you tonight. So stay tuned, and thank you, Dr. Epstein.
Thank you, Timmy. Stay humble, stack sats, and you can stay a pleb forever.
My education has turned my life around completely. Now I have time to do things I enjoy.
I didn't want to take the easy way to success. I wanted a challenge.
So what if the revolution doesn't have good UX? As an independent woman, I am not afraid of a bad user experience.
But a real cypherpunk education, bad user experience and all, means nothing without accreditation. It's pointless without educators and professors with the proper credentials.
That's why I chose the University of Bitcoin.
That's why I chose the University of Bitcoin.
The University of Bitcoin is a credentialed, protocol-first institution. Students learn how to transact adversarially, not about the latest drama or pleb slop.
At University of Bitcoin, your time is valued. Professors don't pick and choose the Bitcoin podcasts you listen to. They help you increase your podcast entropy and your on-chain confidence.
Before you enroll in school to learn about Bitcoin, how to use it, or pay $790 for tuition, check out the University of Bitcoin.
If you want to be a pioneer instead of just some pleb with a degree, check out University of Bitcoin. University of Bitcoin, education for pioneers.
Last night, the Lord gave me a dream of hope and of revival. The Lord showed me a town that was demoralized. The people were tired and the buildings were dilapidated. Once a vibrant city shining on a hill, the economy had crumbled when the coal mine that employed the townspeople had shut down, causing many people to lose their jobs. The situation seemed hopeless as a place once full of vibrant culture fell into squalor and the people struggled to pay their taxes. But then a new industry came to town, as well as a musician. The industry brought life and the musician brought good vibes. All of a sudden, a town that was gasping its last breaths was invigorated. People that were tired and giving up hope began to feel connection and jump with joy. I know that times are hard out there right now, but Jesus' message is how you can change the world with good vibes. The Lord commands you to lift your vibes high. He came into the world when the vibes were low, when the people felt like they had no hope. On the day he was crucified, even his followers had bad vibes. But Jesus conquered bad vibes once and for all so that we can conquer them ourselves. I know it's hard out there. There is war on the horizon. People are arguing about relay policy. Many faithful are losing hope that President Trump will pump our meme coins and usher in the God candle. But church, you do not need to wait for the God candle to have good vibes. Let us reject the temptation to be grumpy. The world needs a good vibes revival, so let us start here today on the first day of October. Now, church, let's sing and usher the good vibe revival into this world, here and now.
The weight of the world tests my faith. I try to repent, but it feels too late. People are angry, tired and scared. Temptations to think that you don't care. You found me when my vibes were low. You picked me up and healed my soul. We sit and wait for your arrival, but while we wait, let's have a good vibes revival. The good vibes revival. The noise of the world pulls me away. Distractions surround me every day, but in the chaos your joy breaks through, reminding me to vibe with you. You found me when my vibes were low. You picked me up and healed my soul. We sit and wait for your arrival, but while we wait, let's have a good vibes revival. You found me when my vibes were low. You picked me up and healed my soul. We sit and wait for your arrival, but while we wait, let's have a good vibe revival. The good vibe revival.
Hey folks, this is Buster Cherry. I just wanted to let you know about a new Bitcoin podcast that is launching. Are you tired of listening to podcasts done by suits? Do you want to hear content that affirms you doing nothing and makes you feel good about it? Do you want to be told that you can change the world by buying $100 hardware wallets, using Bitcoin-only KYC exchanges, running knots on a Start9 server, as well as buying whatever the recent gadget is? Do you want to hear macro gibberish that doesn't even make sense but confirms you are right? Well, Plebs Slop is the podcast for you. By plebs for plebs, this podcast will complain about people doing things while making you feel good, while you sit on your couch smoking weed and shit posting about David Bailey on Twitter. The co-hosts, Citizen Pleb and Toxic Plebanaut, will entertain you. This podcast can only be found on Fiat Podcasting 1.0 platforms because the hosts don't believe you should ever spend your Bitcoin. Find the hosts on Twitter, not Nostr, because the UX is too hard. Now sit back, light a cigarette, and enjoy the show.
Hey Pioneers, my name is Fillmore Katz, and I am a Jewish lawyer. Richard Greaser asked me to give my thoughts on some legal theory regarding the revelations from Lola Leitz's recent piece in The Rage. It appears that Luke's lawyers have been working on attempting to set some legal precedents around spam and are alleged to be drafting letters to mining pools. They seem to want to use threats of government coercion in order to further their goals of how they think other businesses should operate, as well as how individuals should be running nodes in their own homes. If there is one thing that gets a Jewish lawyer like me excited, it is lawfare and outrageous legal theory. Let it be said, two can play this game, but the Jew always wins. A legal precedent was set in 1919 in the United States Supreme Court case, Schenck v. United States, that shouting fire in a crowded theater was not a First Amendment protected activity, as it was done to unjustly incite panic. Actions like these are dangerous and immoral. We have seen in recent months individuals attempt to incite panic that Bitcoin will die as a result of running core version 30. This is patently false, as raising the op return limit will have almost no effect whatsoever at encouraging spam, as it is 4 times as expensive as current inscription mechanisms. Individuals including uncredentialed professors, influencers, mining pool operators, podcasters, and developers have repeatedly shouted fire in the crowded theater, which is Bitcoin, Twitter, etc. They have used threats of state violence as a mechanism to enforce node policy and have concocted wild theories on exploitative material being dispersed on the Bitcoin blockchain. I am not an advocate for state violence, as I believe humans can resolve many issues without violence from powerful criminal gangs who are made up predominantly of individuals who consume exploitative materials. But the ones shouting fire in crowded theaters need to understand that if they are to live by the sword of attempting to wield the pedophilic ruling class against their political opponents, they may indeed die by the sword, as they themselves are failing their own legal purity tests. Terrorizing the plebs for your own political goals is immoral, but also in this case, likely illegal. I would encourage individuals to quit amplifying the ones shouting fire, as you could be unintentionally breaking the law, but also unintentionally hurting and scaring the plebs. With the introduction of the Bitcoin Strategic Reserve, this issue becomes even more legally dangerous, as shouting fire in the theater and inciting mobs of angry plebs could be interpreted as threats to national security. I have answered this question pro bono, as I know the Bugle journalists spend all their money on cigarettes, and I was interested in this topic. If you would like to have your legal questions answered, you can reach out to me at the Jewish law firm Katz & Goldberg, where you can talk to me for just a small amount of $5,000 an hour. Remember that when it comes to law, the Jewish lawyers always win. Have a good day, folks, and enjoy the podcast.
This is Kaylee Welch. I come to you today with solemn news. Bitcoin is being attacked by spammers and scammers. They are trying to rape our nodes, piss in our mempools, and turn our stateless monetary system into a joke. Desperate times call for desperate measures, and that is why I am forming an elite task force which I'm calling the Time Chain Police. These individuals will be the elite of the elite. We will hunt down and find these spammers and filter them so they will never have the opportunity to try and rape our nodes ever again. In times like these, we cannot play nice. There is no time for nuanced discussion. Instead, we must respond rapidly in order to fend off the forces of evil. Mistakes will be made, lives will be taken. There is a cost of war. We cannot allow this one to drag on like the block-size wars. We must crush our enemy swiftly and decisively without mercy. If we don't, our nodes will be raped, our mempools will be clogged, our bright orange future will be spammed away by nihilists who just want to make a quick buck. If you think you have what it takes and you have heard the call, follow me today to restore order to the time chain. We will destroy our enemies and protect those running their nodes on weak hardware.
Join the time chain police today! Let's fuck up these little bitches trying to rape our nodes!
Hold on a second. Okay, it's done. I just inscribed a monkey JPEG to the blockchain. Now some dumb retail guy is going to buy it, thinking they are going to get rich. I love pump and dumping on stupid retail while raping people's nodes with spam. This shit is the best. Thank God that Udi taught me how to piss in the mempool.
Okay, now you're in trouble, bitch. Did I just watch you send a non-standard transaction?
Who do you think you are? Bitcoin is an open protocol and people can do whatever they want.
My name is Kaylee Welch and I am the time chain police. No one gets away with raping my node, bitch. You have been filthy.
For nuanced discussion, must protect Bitcoin from destruction. The time chain is my religion. I will protect it with precision. Policing Udi from peeing in the mempool, filtering transactions sent by shitcoiner fools. The world needs to have sound money. Spam should not be allowed and it's not funny. Time chain police. Time chain police. Become the savior of the universe. Become the time chain police.
Liberty Under Attack Publications. Privacy-focused publishing. Are you an author looking to get your message out, but still desire to maintain your privacy from a servile society publisher, Amazon, etc.? In addition to normal publishing services, Liberty Under Attack Publications now offers privacy-focused publishing. We list the book on our Liberty Under Attack Publications account, and pay you Amazon commissions in Bitcoin or Monero. It's really that simple. Cost, $250 one-time proxy merchant fee. Note 1, when balance hits $50 US, commissions will be paid. Note 2. Fees may be waived or reduced if other publishing services are required. There's no projected end to this service, and we will always make sure to fulfill our obligations and to pay you what's rightfully yours. Though, if 10 years down the road, our publishing service shuts down like Loom Panics and Paladin Press before us, it is what it is.
Vonu means relative physical invulnerability to coercion. Vonu is a contraction of voluntary and not vulnerable. Vonu is somewhat like freedom or security, but those words mean many different things to different people. Rather than argue about what those words ought to mean, I speak of Vonu. Coercion includes murder, mayhem, slavery, robbery, rape, extortion, pollution, any physical interference with peaceful activities of another, whether by individuals or organizations. Coercion, especially institutionalized forms such as war, regimentations, and taxes, is one of the major problems of mankind. Practically all past attempts at solution have been top-down efforts to change society as a whole. Since the days of Babylon, there have been countless attempts to reform governments, take over governments, destroy governments, and manipulate public opinion. At most, such efforts bring temporary relief. Usually they have little effect. Often, they make matters worse. Vonu Life represents a different approach to the problem. Vonu Life does not waste space scolding government officials or proclaiming how society ought to be. Vonu Life speaks to you as an individual or small group and suggests ways you can avoid exploiting and being exploited. As you reduce the vulnerability, not only do you help yourself, indirectly you also help others by decreasing support of criminal institutions. Vonu is not necessarily only a few. Vonu will expand as there are more people willing to do. A Vonuan is a person who has achieved relative invulnerability to coercion. There are many kinds. Some live in the wilderness, where outsiders rarely go. Others live under the earth. Others move from place to place, living in vans, campers, buses, boats, or tents. Some have been Vonu for ages, people such as gypsies, mountain men, hobos, Seminoles. Others are recent refugees from the dying cities. This issue describes some of the equipment and techniques used. In future issues, I hope you'll add your knowledge to what is in here. Vonu Life. How to live and let live, out of sight and minds of those unwilling to let live, by people who are doing it. To order your paperback copy today, just visit libertyunderattack.com/Vonu Life. Again, libertyunderattack.com/Vonu Life. Or to download this publication for free, visit vonupodcast.com/VL.
The newest bundle via Liberty Under Attack Publications. Over the course of the past 7+ years, the LUA Publications catalog has greatly expanded. 4 years ago, we put together our very first self-liberation bundle, a way to pick up all the books we publish in one bundle at a heavily discounted price. Back then, there were 17 books. Well, we finally got around to an update, and the total number of books is up to a staggering 27. The Self-Liberation Bundle is now essentially a small library of the highest quality, rarest self-liberational media, not available via anyone else. We know, as we struggled to locate much of it for our own delectation over the past decade or so. Truly some pieces of valuable libertarian history, priceless strategy guides, liberty agorist fiction, and much more. Purchasing these books individually, you'd pay well over $400. Save big, and order your Self-Liberation Bundle today. Bitcoin and Monero preferred. Just visit libertyunderattack.com/SLBundle. Again, libertyunderattack.com/SLBundle. Liberty Under Attack Publications. Share your story, find your freedom.
Thanks to Chihuahua Chezik, the newest signer of the PAZNIA Constitution. His message reads, quote, "Dear government, I don't need another daddy. Get your nose out of my business. Get your nose out of my bank account, my communications, my computer and phone, my comings and goings, my views and my thoughts. And get your hands out of my fucking pockets." End quote. I, Cheers to that, Mr. Chihuahua. View the full list of signatures and messages, and even leave your own by visiting PAZNIA.com/sign. Again, PAZNIA.com/sign.
The origin of symbolism. Carlyle said, "It is through symbols that man can consciously or unconsciously live, move, and has his being." Those ages, moreover, are accounted the noblest, which can best recognize symbolic worth and prize it at its highest. You just listened to an opening number called "The Circle of Life." And if you listened to the lyrics, and if you have studied the other symbolism being presented to the American public, especially within the last few years, and escalating exponentially as time goes by, you will recognize much of what you have been seeing and hearing and watching and what has been being inculcated into your subconscious in this text. With the 48 constellations, that's right, constellations. I'm not talking some weird astrology stuff. This is out of the mouths of the occult masters of those who are making a bid for the world. They are at the point in time that they have been striving for throughout history, where finally, if no one foils their efforts, the pearl of great price is within their reach. All of their machinations have been brought to fruition.
Welcome to the first ever episode of Second Realm Speed Dating, here on the PAZNIA radio network, featuring a mindless millennial and Sky Huddleston, a brilliant breakthrough energy engineer. In this first of 3 episodes, the two make light conversation and set the stage for a wonderful yet brief encounter. Please enjoy Second Realm Speed Dating here on the PAZNIA radio network.
Engineer? Wait, what's disgusting? Oops. Can I call you? Bro. I don't have bed bugs, dude. Mitch will never message me ever again. 100. Yeah. Let's... Next person? Alright, next person?
Hello.
Hello.
Let me turn on my video camera. Much better.
Hi.
Hello. Yes, formalities out of the way. My first name's Sky Huddleston, my first name's Sky, last name Huddleston. I'm a mechanical engineer. I own RocketMassHeater.com. Now that we have the formalities out of the way, let us commence.
Yes. It is nice to meet you. What was your name?
Sierra Kilo Yankee.
What?
Sierra Kilo Yankee. Sky, S-K-Y, as in, not my first choice, I assure you.
Sky?
Yes, of course.
Nice to meet you, Sky.
Yes.
Yes. Did you enjoy your introduction with me?
Did I enjoy the introduction? I suppose so, but regardless, how should I put this? I'm not necessarily here to practice dating. I have no interest in the female half of the species. I'm here, however, to practice my mannerisms and speaking so that I may become better adept at conversing with other hominid morphologies.
I'm your gal.
Yes, so...
Here I am. In all my glory. As a man, what you can practice is your inflection, okay?
That makes sense. Oh, another thing too, regarding hobbies, I'm very much into Cyclopean masonry and antediluvian civilizations of yore, such as the large megalithic structures of the Andes found throughout Pumapunku, Sacsayhuaman, Tiwanaku, Pisac, Cusco, Gobekli Tepe, and so forth.
What?
These are the various antediluvian structural sites. They were constructed by late Pleistocene era civilizations. These enigmatic structures serve purposes that are beyond our current understanding because they derive from a different tech tree.
Huh? Can I teach you?
Well, let's take, for example, the Giza Plateau. So the Great Pyramids of Giza, something that we're all intimately familiar with. Dr. Joseph Davidovitz subjected the casing stones of the Giza pyramids to X-ray scattering spectroscopy analysis, and what he discovered were microbubbles and fibrous carbon inclusions and a high natron concentration that effectively proved that they were made using a synthetic geopolymer tincture. So much information was derived from this X-ray scattering spectroscopy analysis that he was able to ascertain and reverse engineer the actual solution of natron salts to determine the exact ratio of of geopolymer admixture to reproduce his own megalithic structures, which he then proceeded to do.
I can't. I can't. You're making me cry.
It's okay. I do that
Like,
to a lot of people.
Is it okay? It's so boring listening to that.
Boring? Oh, no, it's quite
No, I
fascinating.
hate this.
Oh, what if I told
Look,
you?
I'm crying. Look, you made me cry.
What if I told you that within these structures could lie the secret to the genesis of humanity?
I know, that's why I'm crying, because it's so beautiful, you know?
Well, Hesiod the Great, Hesiod the Shepherd or Hesiod the Great, who was primary writers of the pre-Hellenic Greeks, describes 5 ages of man. He describes a golden age, a silver age, and a bronze age, and then he describes the age of gold and the iron age.
I'm overwhelmed with emotion, my love. I've never met a robot so compatible with me. Tell me more. Now.
Well, so the 5 ages of man correspond. So it's not just the Greeks. These anthropological mythoses have strong correspondent overlap. Whether you're talking of the Hopis, whether you're talking of the Hopis, the Vedas, the ancient Indians, the ancient Chinese, they all have different names for identical mythos, and this is colloquially known as the Archaeon mythos, is the collective.
Oh my god, yes.
And Hesiod's first age is described as the Golden Age. And if you look at some plasma-based cosmological models, which immense research by Dr. Von Scott and Wolf Thornhill.
You're making me angry. You are making me angry.
Regardless.
I'm overrun with emotion. Tell me more.
Well, so, tens of thousands of years ago, Hesiod describes what the first age of man, which was the Golden Age. And in this age, the titans of creation had breathed life into the modern hominid species, right? Into man. Now, this is described as a time when people aged backwards, quite literally, is what Hesiod describes. And furthermore,
oh my gosh.
Where should I put this? Mortals never died, and when they did die, they became what were known as daemons, which is the root word for demons, but completely different in their actual practice. And these daemons would continue to roam the earth, spreading their wisdom among all of life, right? It's described as when Gaia, which is the earth, right? Gaia existed as a single universal life form, right? So the Gaia, the earth, was connected via a sort of consciousness grid or matrix, if you will, through which all life was interconnected. And now this sounds like crazy woo-woo stuff, right? But you could actually look at some of the research papers behind this. I would like to point to the works of Sir Hammerhoff and Sir Roger Penrose, and what they discovered by looking at various microtubule structures in each individual nerve cell of the brain is they discovered a phenomena through which quantum interactions can happen at a subcellular level. And so indeed, the non-locality of consciousness could indeed be an actual thing as discovered by Sir Roger Penrose and Stuart Hammerhoff. And this would allow for consciousness.
My clitoris.
I'm sorry, what? What was the question?
I want my clitoris to be engaged, and you're doing it for me.
Oh, well, I mean, if we wanted to do that directly, I would recommend using resonant frequency, which could be achieved through heterodyning. And heterodyning is a process through which you can take 2 beams of energy, right, at 2 different frequencies, and when the beams cross the paths, which I know sounds cliche, Ghostbusters, right? But no, this is a real phenomenon.
What's Ghostbusters? I don't know what Ghostbusters is.
Well, it was a film that was shot during the late 20th century. I hear that it was a blockbuster, but regardless, you can use a
what does
process
regardless
known as
mean?
Irrespective is a synonymous word.
Oh, you. Why do we have two eyes?
Why do we have two eyes? Binocular vision. It allows you to achieve depth perception and redundancy in case you lose one eye for whatever reason. Another cool survival trick, if you ever practice
String
bushcraft,
theory
is that you can
now.
actually cover one eye during the day and expose it during the night, and you can keep your night vision so that whenever the sun sets, your one eye is very well adept towards seeing in the dark. So if ever you are lost in an environment where you have to retain night vision, just go ahead and cover one eye perpetually during the day.
String theory? Explain string theory now.
Well, string theory is a bunch of hocus pocus. So string theory, I'm going to turn this phone off. String theory was largely perpetuated and created to try to solve some of the gaps in conventional quantum modeling. It was also created to try to harmonize general relativity and special relativity with the various quantum mechanical phenomena that was emerging and measured in the experiments, which is completely untenable because quantum mechanics and relativity are mutually incompatible.
What are NFTs?
For a whole host. Well, I don't know anything about coding. I don't know anything about software. I'm a mechanical engineer, and I just practice anthropology and astronomy as a hobby.
Okay.
So I know nothing. I know nothing of computer technology specifically.
Got
relating
you.
to
Got you. Look at this
Yeah.
fucking idiot. Look at him. He's pathetic.
Yes,
Doesn't know what NFTs are.
I don't know everything. I'm a loser.
Oh, boo. Boo.
Boo, yes.
Boo. You
Yes,
know nothing.
ban me, banish me for being the fool that I am.
Bad.
How dare I discuss Cyclopean masonry and not know how NFTs
Idiot.
work?
Describe smart contracts.
I don't know anything about smart contracts. I know that they're a thing and that the blockchain facilitates their existence. I've heard from some of my peers who are subject matter experts in the crypto world that smart contracts effectively decentralize contract enforcement by getting HAL 9000 to be the enforcer rather than the traditional court system, which I'm all for that because it provides for the market a greater degree of flexibility and options, which can facilitate a higher degree of trade and commerce and etc. So I'm all for smart contracts, even though I don't understand their mechanism.
Yes. Yes. Who's your favorite streamer? Destiny?
I don't do streaming. Like genuinely, I don't even own a TV, and I only use the internet to facilitate commerce, to email back and forth with people, and I use Discord to sharpen my conversation skills. But as far as entertainment goes, I'm currently reading an old metallurgy book from the 1930s. That's what I do for entertainment: is read old books.
Are you married? How old are you?
How old do you think I am?
You don't look old. Like 28?
Pretty close. I'm 27.
Yeah.
And no, I am not married, nor do I intend to change that status anytime soon.
Are you interested in romance?
No.
At all?
I'm not interested in sexual proclivities. I have eschewed all of the carnal cravings of the flesh, and in favor, I choose to concentrate all of my creative forces towards the genesis of a new species that will be infinitely superior to the contemporary hominid
You're
by
good.
every measure. I'm sorry, what?
Wait, you're good. You're really good.
Good at what?
Have you ever had a girlfriend?
No.
And you don't want one?
I've never had the desire.
Do you watch, How did you find my stream?
I was given a random Discord invite link from somebody that I don't know, and they said to come on here and go on to a stream, and so here I am.
Do you wink
it?
Do
I what?
Wink it.
Do it? Link it? I
Wink.
don't know. I'm not sure. I'm not even. Do I masturbate? No, I do not. I have eschewed all carnal cravings of the flesh in favor of concentrated my creative forces towards the endeavor and emergence of a new species.
That's good. You have ultra productivity.
Some would say that, but I always find myself to be I hold myself to a standard that most people would consider impossible. I hold myself to the standards of the men of renown and consistently fall short of that because I am not a neo-Nephilim hominid.
What the fuck? I know he's trolling. You're trolling.
Oh no, I'm not trolling. I'm being 100% genuine. This is genuinely the person that I am all the time.
What do you think about your appearance?
What about my appearance? Yeah, I'm a dirty boy. Maybe I should have shaved. But you know what? Quite frankly, I just have lost all fucks to give about what other people think about me. I do what I need to do. And if people don't like it, oh well, I don't care about them. They're not going back to Zep Tepi and I am, so fuck them.
Oh, fuck, dude. Wait, you're so good. You're so good. He's so good. What the? I don't know anything of what you're saying.
This is just ancient human anthropology.
Right. Okay.
Well, I mean, we haven't even discussed the merits of the Fickett-Jacobs cycle, or how modern combustion technology can render obviate the grid to be redundant. We haven't even gone over the work of Eric Dollard that has torn a new butthole in the modern American electrical grid, even though it's actually a mesh, not a grid by definition, and how it's fallen apart. Nobody has any will or budgetary concerns. There's no political willpower to fix the grid. Nobody even knows how to fix the grid because most of the electrical engineers that built the analog grid back in the day are long dead, and with it went the institutionalized knowledge on how to fix it.
Bro, what's your IQ?
Well, it depends on which test, but according to the Stanford Binet test, I clocked in at 148, which
148?
148.
I feel like you're higher than that.
Well, that's according to the Stanford Binet. So different tests, you get different results. I tend to go with the lowest test that I've ever clocked in at because that's the one that's most reliable.
What's the highest?
What's the highest? Well, again, different. How do you compare each individual test? The highest test, the highest IQ test that I got was a 167, if I recall correctly. But IQ is just one very specific metric, and the problem with intelligence quotient tests, irrespective of whether you're using the Stanford Binet or the various tests that Mensa provides, is that the further you get away from the mean, right, the less accurate that test actually becomes at measuring somebody's psychological ability to adapt, because that's what IQ measures, right? It measures abstract thinking and psychological adaptation speeds. That's primarily the metric that it's measuring. And the further you deviate from the median, the less accurate it becomes, which is why people that consistently score high on the IQ test tend to score within a large degree of variance compared to people that are closer towards the median. So to actually put a number on this would actually be exceptionally difficult. So that's why I always go with that.
I love this guy, dude. Big brain. Look at it. Big brain. Why'd you come here? Why?
Oh, well, I figured it might be an interesting experience, and thus far it has been. Well, relatively interesting, all things considered.
This isn't a character?
No, this is me, how I am all the time. I mean, you don't have to believe it now. I really don't care, but...
Do you have, anything mental going on with you?
Do I have anything mental? No, yeah. No. I'm...
Do you have,
as far as I'm aware, psychologically stable, as well as any human can be, I suppose. I know when I went into the armed forces, when I joined the Army, the recruiter insisted on me hiring a licensed private psychologist to underwrite me for sanity, which he promptly did. And Then I went into the armed forces and did my stint there for a time. And after being discharged, I started a business, and here I am now with a wood stove and pellet stove manufacturing company. It's rocketmassheater.com is the website, but that's just a stepping stone towards something greater, because after I exit this company, retire from this current company, I'm going to more seriously focus on my pulse detonation engines, which will be used for shaft horsepower, trucking, logistics, point-to-point model, drone flight and package parcel delivery. The low EGTs allow for the exceptional applications for stealth drone technology, along with the hydrosonic cavitation pump, which permits the use of any combustible fluid in the design without adjustment. So it's a fairly interesting system, all things considered. We can get into the details if you like, but we don't have to if you consider it boring.
And you're only 27.
Yes.
So would you say that you're built different?
A lot of people would say that. I consider my build to be of a disgusting human morphology, and I would rather be not human, but that's just me.
Are you happy?
Am I happy?
Yes.
Yes, I would say so. All things considered, I would say that I am satisfied with the current trajectory of my life. Yes.
What's the end goal?
The end goal. Which one?
The most interesting one.
Well, the most interesting end goal is to literally rediscover the antediluvian secrets of the Archaeon and become gods.
I don't get it.
Are you familiar with the concept of economics? I'm sure you are. Most people are.
Economics, yes.
Yes, of course, right? The economics serves to maximize the efficiency and the allocation of scarce resources. It economizes scarce resources. That's what economics do. It economizes things, right? But what if we lived in a civilization with universal understanding in such a way, so knowledge is the how, understanding is the why. And if we had universal understanding of the omniverse, we would be able to achieve a post-resource scarce civilization through which the concept of economics and money and monetary systems themselves become obsolete entirely, and people are left only to their own imaginations to forge a new destiny, image, and purpose for their existence.
He said the magic word. I'm sorry, I interrupted. Go on.
No, it's fine. That's
I know about the
ultimately
omniverse from like Ben 10.
Well, no. Omni meaning all.
Omni, then you turn into the alien.
I don't know what a Ben 10 is. I'm using the phrase
10.
Omni here. I don't know what a Ben 10 is.
It's okay.
Omni is
Thank you. What's up?
Omni is Latin for all. Omni is Latin for all. So I'm using the word omni first, meaning
Omni-liberal.
Right? Well, liberal
like
just
Destiny.
means plenty.
He said the key words. He loves DGG.
What's DGG?
Destiny. You love it? Yes or no?
I don't know what Destiny in what context.
Liberal. Omni. The
Well, liberal just means plenty. I need you to elucidate here a little bit, because I'm not sure if I understand what you're trying to...
Alacrity?
Alacrity? I'm not familiar
What
with
are
the
your
concept.
religious beliefs?
A lot of people would describe me as a neo-polyhellenist.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. What was it again?
A lot of people might describe me as a neo-polyhellenist.
Who the fuck is calling me? Neo-poly... 10. pizza. Neapolitan.
Neo-poly-Hellenist, yes. Oh, yeah. You asked me earlier where I got the link from. I just got the message. Malibu gave me the link.
Oh, Malibu Mafia.
Yes.
Yeah, the WSB
Malibu
guy
Mafia
with
gave.
the,
So
with
I'm
the
sorry.
chain, with
I
the
didn't know
train.
the answer off the top of my head, but you asked it.
Neopoly. Neopoly. Neopoly.
Neo is Latin for new. Poly is Latin for many. So a new mini Hellenist, and Hellenist refers to the Hellenic Greek era and their various mythological, anthropological, and
Hellenism.
oral
Oh no. Sorry, I misheard you. I thought you said Neapolitan ice cream. But of course I know what this is. Yeah. You know, I really enjoy that how Hellenism represents the totality of Hellenic culture, understood as a body of humanistic and classical ideals associated with ancient Greece. I understand.
Well, I would also extend my
12
I wouldn't call
Olympian.
them religious beliefs, but my anthropological speculations into the Pleistocene era happenings extends to beyond just Greece. It's just that the Hellenic Greeks had some of the more detailed mythological oral stories and traditions, but there is strong correspondence with the Vedas, with the Hopis, and the Incans, the Aztecs, Quetzalcoatl. You look at virtually every antediluvian mythos, even the Nordic myths, right? Yeah. Once you start piecing things together, you actually see what you see a pattern where a multiplicity of ancient cultures are describing the same phenomena, but they name them different things, right? So, Thor, right? Saturn, all of these different gods, right? Well, a lot of them are actually the same gods, but being described under a different cultural lens.
Can you what happens when we die?
Well, I would recommend smoking a fuckload of DMT to figure that out. That's what I did. And I can tell you with 100% certainty that it is beyond the capability and limitations of the English language.
Why?
Why? Well, the more I tell you why, the less accurate it becomes.
Why?
Well, it's an experiential thing that cannot be communicated because it is so complex that it transcends the axioms of our absolutes.
What? I don't get it.
So, take for example, the ancient, thought debates, right? So let's look at free will versus determinism, right? Only one can be correct, of course, right?
Oh.
What if I told you that they're both right and they're both wrong simultaneously?
Then
And I have no way to describe that using the limitations of the English language, but I assure you...
I don't get it. What does that have to do with it?
Do with what?
With what happens after death. What does that have to do?
Everything happens. Everything happens after you die.
Why?
Why? So you experience every living life form's lifetime on every planet, in the entire cosmos, in all the universes. You even experience what it's like to be a rock, to be all the rocks, to be a star, all the stars. You live every lifetime. You live every lifetime and non-lifetime possible forever in the entire omniverse.
Thank you, Junior.
Which again sounds absolutely bonkers, but you smoke enough DMT and it makes sense.
Why? How did you get there?
How did I get there? I smoked a fuckload of DMT.
Yeah, but how did what was the process of okay, wait, actually tell me about that. You smoked a bunch of DMT, then what? Or what was the process in stages?
Oh gosh, here it was so long and convoluted. Here I wrote the thoughts down. Let me find my notations. One moment, hold up.
You're so weird, but it's so
I know.
you're good. You're like so fucking good. I hope it's real. I know it's probably real. Yeah. I don't think he's capping.
Here we go. So a lot of people on DMT will talk about patterns and shapes that they see. And sometimes for a lot of people that lasts a long time. I blew through that almost instantly, right? About 5 seconds, pretty early in the trip, right? But then what appeared before me were, humanoid silhouettes, which performed a sort of soul surgery on my very consciousness. No anesthesia, surgery on the mind. And I can tell you that it was like a person fighting for their life, having a heart attack, being resuscitated over and over and over again. Except instead of your heart, it's your soul. And now imagine
what
you're
is
going
soul?
through
What is soul?
your consciousness.
My soul is my consciousness.
Yes, your mind, your consciousness, your soul, your spirit, whatever euphemism you would like to use to describe the nature of consciousness.
Okay.
And now imagine going through this struggling fight for thousands of years at a time, constantly. And you would switch back and forth between a material and immaterial realm. And the immaterial realm is more real than reality itself. So this reality that we experience on a daily basis is so fake by comparison to what you experience on a genuine full DMT trip that it's like Second Life RPG video game circa 1999.
What?
And now it gets even further. So, how should I put this? This is only the beginning. After this soul surgery, if you will, what ends up happening is that each hemisphere of your brain has two actual consciousnesses. Now, this sounds really strange, but if you actually look at the white paper and people that have their hemispheres bifurcated, right? So a lot of people that have a lot of horrible seizures will have to have a bifurcation between their left and right hemisphere. And when the bifurcation occurs to where each hemisphere can no longer communicate with each other, what ends up happening is each side of the human body takes on a slightly different personality. For example, if you cover one eye and not the other, and you ask the person in question what their favorite color is, and to point it with their fingers, each hand will point to a different color. And what this shows is that there may in fact be, and there's a lot of other evidence to this as well, but what this shows is that there may in fact be two different consciousnesses within our minds, right? So two different identities, two egos within the mind. And when these two egos, right, on DMT, these two egos actually end up swapping places, meeting themselves, and then merging without having to go through the latency and the resolution losses of communicating normally through the brain-blood barrier or through the brain pathways. And so after that, right, after the merging of the two egos of the mind, comes the void of chaos. Now this is as you want to talk about cosmic horror, the void of chaos is by far the most traumatizing experience you can have, but in a good way, because what comes after is great. But the void of chaos is where, after you experience all there is in the world, in the entire omniverse, for a million times over, you've seen everything, to where everything in the world bores the shit out of you, and you say, please God, anywhere else but here. Oh, anywhere else but here is the void of nothingness, which is completely inescapable. And you're trapped in this void, staring into the abyss of your own soul with nothing to contextualize it to for millions and millions of years, for an eternity. And then the cosmic horror sweeps across you, and this infinite void it's like imagine being dead, but your mind works perfectly fine. You are trapped for eternity in nothing. And only by accepting the infinite void, only by accepting it and finding inner peace, do you escape, and you find greater beauty. You experience everything Now, after having experienced all there is to experience physically, you experience infinite sparsity and infinite density, infinite horror and pain, and infinite beauty and love. You experience everything and an infinity on top of infinity forever.
When does it end?
It doesn't. That's the beautiful thing. It never ends.
Please,
That's
God,
what makes it so
end
great.
it.
It never ends, and that's what makes it beautiful. It's an infinite riddle
I wanna
that's
live.
always been solved.
Life is beautiful.
But it's also horrible.
No.
Yesn't. At the end of the day, the answer is yesn't.
No.
You arrive at the ultimate
Yesn't.
conclusion.
Yesn't.
Yesn't.
You are the
Is there
oracle.
free will or is the universe deterministic? Yesn't. They're both
Oh.
correct. At the same time, somehow. I have no way to describe it. It can only be experienced.
You
So
are.
yeah, there's a fate worse than death, and it's being unable to die. But eventually you break through that. And then you live through trillions of lives in every corporeal and non-corporeal shape you can and can't imagine. The duality of universe, the meaning of life, nihilism, optimism, materialism, free will, determinism, every philosophical inquiry into the deepest questions to our existence that you can and can't fathom. You get all of the answers, but without the context of the questions.
What's your favorite thing about my body?
It looks like every other human that I've ever seen.
Oh,
I don't
That's a
judge
0 out of
people
10.
on their own morphologies.
That's
I
a 0
assure
out
you,
of
after
10.
having experienced every morphology that could possibly exist that we can and can't imagine, I assure you, there's nothing that I would say is particularly favored about any particular human. I've rejected my
What do you think
humanity.
of my 5 fingers?
Well, they have 5 digits. Yes, you have 5 digits.
What do you think of my 5 limbs?
I guess you could describe the head as a limb.
What do you think
Unless
of
you have
them?
a penis. Do you have a penis? I don't want to make any assumptions here.
I don't.
Okay, so then yeah, that would be 5 total limbs if you include the head. It also depends on how you count the limbs, because you could count each individual finger as a
Why
limb.
do you exist? You.
Why do I exist?
Yeah.
Because that is the will of the omniverse. All must exist.
Okay. I don't know, dude. Chat. Questions.
So this
We
is
have
the
arrived.
Holy Christ. We have arrived. Hash nothingness number 45.
How many holes does a girl have? Waist down?
I have no idea. I mean, people ask that a question a lot, and I think it's a trick question, so I'm just going to say I don't know.
Yeah.
Oh, speaking of which, yes. One of the things that a lot of people may particularly find fascinating is that I've alluded to the genesis of a new species because speciation, bifurcation, trifurcation, and so forth is part of the universal will through which we, well, at least I will execute because it is the universal will. And I will try to facilitate this through the development of ectogenesis technology. Ectogenesis technology will allow for the decentralization of the genesis of life and reproduction and what's the word I'm looking for? There's creation and procreation. And through ectogenesis technology, everybody will have access to procreative and creative tools to create new morphologies. And this will allow for humanity to infinitely speciate outwardly as it spreads into the void of space. The cosmic dragon, so to speak.
Like
This will
like
also
from
create
like
a lot
Halo?
of I'm sorry, what?
Like Halo?
Well, I've never. Halo's the video game, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I've never played a Halo game before, so I wouldn't know. You have to remember, I've spent my entire life rejecting modernity and reading dusty old books from Nether Ages.
Yeah. Do you have anything you want to shout out?
Did I want to what?
Do you have anything you want to shout out?
Shut out? What do you mean by shut out?
Shout out.
Oh, shout out. Yeah. RocketMassHeater.com. That's my website. You want to buy a wood stove, you want to, heat
How do you
your house
spell that?
Romeo, Oscar, Charlie, Kilo, Echo, Tango, Mike, Alpha, India, Lima, Lima. No, wait, that's my email address. Sorry. Romeo, Oscar, Charlie, Kilo, Echo, Tango, Mike, Alpha, Sierra, Sierra, Romeo.
What? Sierra? Sierra?
I'm giving you this phonetically. Anyways, RocketMassHeater.com.
Mass heater. Okay.
RocketMassHeater.com. It's Liberator Rocket Heaters is my company's name.
Wait, what the fuck? I'm gonna go on and make sure it's not sauce.
RocketMassHeater.com. RocketMassHeater.com. Liberator
Rocket mass heater? Like
.com. Yes, they're wood stoves.
It's not
They're
working.
wood stoves. It's not. Let me give it to you directly.
Twitch DM.
Here we go. I'm going to DM it to you directly.
Oh, Emma, thank you for the raid. Thank you for the raid. Thank
Oh,
you.
wait, I can't. So, yeah, it's Rocket Mass, as in mass, like MASS.
Amaranth, do you want to come on tonight? Do you want to come on tonight,
Who, me?
Amaranth? No. I love you. Engineer, I love you. You're really good.
Okay.
You want to come on, Amaranth? Let me know. I keep trying, let's organize something, Amaranth, with, we could probably do it with Melina, too. Yeah? Can't tonight. You have a photo shoot tomorrow. Damn, dude. Let us know when you're, free. Maybe follow me back on Twitter, and then I could make a group chat with people to collab with, and then we could all figure out something all together. Please, please, please. Amaranth, thank you for the raid. And thank you for reading Melina when we were all doing the IRL stream too. Thank you. If you got an early time day. Yeah, I will schedule. Yes. Okay. This guy is so elite, the whole show. Have him on this whole show. I like you, yeah. Your thing didn't work. Wait, one sec. I have to pee.
Longer than this for a lot more mundane things.
Hello. Hello. I'm back.
Hello.
I had to pee really bad, dude. Hi. Sorry you had to
Hello.
wait.
No, it's fine. I'm a patient person. I've waited a lot longer than this for a lot more mundane things.
You're so good. A gift to humanity.
I don't know about a gift, but I'm just one of the many people on the planet.
Damn, dude. I don't know. You're very interesting. Do you want chat? Do you want him to talk about anything else? Because he probably has the answers.
We haven't even gone over antediluvian masonry and the various enigmatic striations across the various carvings that have been found in bluestone granite, which show that they were created through a protrusion and a conformability methodology of Genesis rather than a chipping or traditional carving, right? So, I mean, there are just a lot of enigmatic mysteries throughout the world that a lot of dare I say, academia doesn't want to discuss, but it does show it is strong evidence for a human history, for an Anthropocene Genesis methodology that most people would be uncomfortable accepting.
Dude, there's so many words. It's so many words.
But yeah, in case everybody missed it, rocketmassheater.com is my website. I know you had trouble finding it earlier, so I just wanted to make sure that I said it once more to ensure that you heard it correctly. But regardless, yes, there are so many enigmatic mysteries throughout the Earth, even the solar system. In fact, are you familiar with the pyramids off the coast of Cuba? There is a pyramid complex site that is, if I recall correctly, about 800 meters below sea level off the coast of Cuba. Don't quote me on that number. I'm going off of memory, which isn't always tenuous, but regardless. And this image was compiled by, can I stream? Hold up. I don't know if you'll be able to see the stream or not, but I'm going to try to share with you this enigmatic structure.
Wait. Engineer.
Yes?
I liked you a lot. Why don't you stream? You shouldn't make...
Here, I'm streaming right now.
Your own stream. No, like your own stream.
Oh, because I'm busy working. So this is the pyramid complex site that is deep beneath the surface of the ocean off the coast of Cuba. And these pyramidal structures, we are told, are naturally occurring, and I don't buy it. This data was compiled by the U.S. Navy sonar compilers, sonar imaging scanning data. And I do not think this is natural. That's my opinion. Maybe I'm a conspirator, but it looks man-made to me.
Damn, dude. That's based.
This is Sacsayhuaman, and Sacsayhuaman, you can see these large megalithic stones constructed of bluestone granite. And what is interesting is that the geopolymer theory of their genesis cannot apply to granite because granite is an igneous rock, whereas limestone is a sedimentary rock. And igneous rocks, we have not discovered a geopolymer tincture that can make them moldable or conformable. But if you actually look at the... in fact, let me go to...
Wait. Engineer. Let's not.
Yes?
Let's not anymore.
Let's not what?
I got really wet. I nutted. And now I can't listen anymore.
Oh, okay. Well, if you would like to conclude this session for the day, then that would be fine.
You're so cool. No, like, I'm not being...
What?
I'm not being sarcastic at all. You're so cool. I wonder what you are going to do, in general.
Well, after I get done with this conversation, I'm going to go to bed and then get up early tomorrow and order more steel for my business.
Big brain? Big brain? 10 out of 10?
I mean, some people...
Wait. Neapolitan out of 10 ice cream. Mm-hmm. Yeah. You like that?
Sure. Yeah, I'm okay with the fun descriptor.
Bro.
A little bit of
That's so
jovialness to spice
so
up the life.
How do you know Malibu?
I met him through a different server.
Damn. What do you guys think of him? Don't act like I'm fucking stupid. I'm not stupid. I'm smart. But this guy's a genius. I can't. Okay? You guys can't. You guys don't understand him either, dude. I'm not being mean to him.
I don't think she was being mean.
Not at all. I respect him, like, a lot. You are not smart. Okay, John. John! Hi! Congratulations, John. Look at that. Wait, did you have a question? Did you have a check mark, John? Oh, you do? Look at that. How did you get verified? How'd you get verified? I thought you had, like, some shit going on with you. Thank you, No Love the Savage. Thank you. Thank you. Let John talk to him. Do you want to talk to John?
Yeah, I'll have a conversation with anyone. I'd like to think of myself as a particularly open-minded person. A lot of people claim
Do you
that
guys
I'm
want
so
to see
open-minded.
John
my brain
Zerka
fell
talk
out.
to him? Actually, you know, John could probably have you on his Royale. Yeah. He's good. He's good. Good content. Good content.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If the content's any good, do you think I could pay for a sponsorship for my business? You know, the rocketmassheater.com. Like I'd be okay with paying for sponsorships.
Congratulations to John. Congratulations. Dude. Are you gonna add him, John? Do you want to talk to John?
Yeah, I'll have a conversation
All
with
right,
anyone.
let's go and talk.
I'd like to
How's-
think
I'll
of
add you.
myself as a particularly open-minded person. A lot of people
Do
claim
you
that
guys
I'm
want
so
to see
open-minded. my
John
brain
Zerka
fell out.
talk to him? Actually, you know, John could probably have you on his Royale.
No.
Yeah. No, holy shit. Okay. Okay. So he wants to come on to this show to talk to you. But wait, do you like talking to people like that?
I'm okay with conversing with anyone. It sharpens my conversational skills. It took a lot of practice to be able to hold together a coherent sentence with other people.
Damn. What does he want? What does he want? What does John want? What does John want?
Well, I wouldn't know. I can't read John's mind.
No, holy shit. Okay. Okay. So he wants to come on to.
We're just like watching each other's like fucking delayed streams, dude.
Okay. Honestly, you should have a call. You should have a call with John, dude. He just got partnered. I don't know how to. What's your thing? What's your Twitch handle? What's your Twitch handle?
I don't have a Twitch. I'm sorry.
Oh, okay. I'm gonna link you. Wait. Oh, I don't know. If you want to. Let me see. John said no. Okay. That's fine.
Oh no, John said no. I'm so butthurt.
No, dude, you're good. I literally give you like a really high score. I'm gonna make a highlight out of this, by the way, because you were really good. That content.
Oh, thank you.
He was talking about DMT, dude. DMT. Yeah.
It's the one.
Mm-hmm.
But so like, to be fair though, it's not the one for everyone, right? I revere, so I don't do psychedelics for recreation. I went into, so I don't normally do any drugs. I don't even do caffeine. I don't eat carbohydrates. I don't eat sugar. I do not do any drugs at all, period. But I did do DMT and I worked up to it for a year, but not through lesser drugs. I did it through practicing meditation. And so before I induced DMT into my body, I meditated for just shy of an hour and then proceeded to smoke it, which was the first time I've ever smoked anything. And it was quite painful, but I plowed through it. It was very, very worth it. But regardless, yes, it is. If you go into it with extreme reverence and respect, with an open and empty mind that is receptive to whatever it is that you will be shown, you will be blessed by being shown everything.
Okay, engineer, thank you for coming on again. Have a nice chat with John. Okay?
Okay, thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
He was good.
While infrastructure costs for the PAZNIA radio network aren't exorbitant now, there are some costs. It will also increasingly demand more time as we move towards longer transmissions and more transmissions. If you'd like to help cover current costs and even the expansion of our efforts, please visit PAZNIA.com/shop. There, you can make a one-time fiat, Bitcoin, or Monero donation. You can become a stakeholder, and you can even order some one-of-a-kind PAZNIA merch, ranging from shirts to hats to flags, all the way to beach towels. Again, that link at PAZNIA.com/shop. Cheers from the Free Republic.
Now that the technological foundation is laid for the PAZNIA radio network, we are now ready to start building out a regular, and more frequent transmission schedule of self-liberational media. Do you want to host your own show on the PAZNIA radio network? Do you already have a show or podcast that you would like premiered or replayed during our transmissions? Something else? Reach out to Coordinator Rayo to discuss details. Email coordinator@PAZNIA.com. Again, coordinator@PAZNIA.com. See you in the second realm.
You've just heard a transmission of the PAZNIA radio network, the entertainment and propaganda arm of the Free Republic of PAZNIA, a public service of the PAZNIA Free Press. Long live the Second Realm.